Can a clean and simple card still have lots of personality? Well, today I'm combining a sweet giraffe die cut, a fun nested pattern background, die, and a delicate sentiment to create a card that's simple, playful, and full of charm. After experimenting with lots of color and texture lately, I found myself craving for a cleaner design. So I'm reaching out for some beautiful products from the latest Simon Says Stamp release to create a card that's easy to recreate but still makes an impact. Hello everyone, I'm Revati and welcome to my crafty space. Let's get started. All the products I'll be using today are from the Simon Says Stamp's latest Always There release. It's a beautiful collection filled with so many inspiring products, and I'll be sure to leave a link in the description box below if you'd like to take a closer look. For today's card, I'll be featuring three products from this release, starting with the adorable Fable Giraffe die set. This die lets you build the most adorable little giraffe. The set includes everything that you need to assemble him, from his sweet little face, a signature long neck, to his wobbly legs, playful spots, and tiny squishy tail. The pieces are cut using two dies, making assembly quick and easy. Our giraffe is going to be the main star of the project today and will serve as the main focal point of the design. Next, we have the Sparkler Scallop frame dies. Now, this nesting die set cuts rectangle panels with beautifully scalloped edges, giving your projects a soft and decorative finish. The set includes six dies in total, and it even comes packaged on this handy magnetic sheet to help keep everything organized. What makes these dies especially unique is that there is an embossed partial starburst design that is built into each of those scallop frames. The pattern radiates towards the outer edge of the panel, which will help add subtle texture and just the right amount of visual interest without overwhelming your design. For my sentiment, I'll be using the Timeless Love die. I absolutely love the font on the sentiment. It's elegant, delicate, and works beautifully for a variety of different card styles. The set includes two dies, one that cuts out the word itself and the other one which creates the coordinating shadow layer. For our card today, I'll be keeping things simple and using just the word die. I'll start by working on our focal point image, which is that adorable little giraffe. I went ahead and die cut all the pieces from white cardstock, and well, rather than cutting them from colored cardstock, I thought it would be fun to add color with some ink blending. This gives me a lot more control over the shading and allows me to add a little extra dimension for those tiny details. Once I had all my die cut pieces, I placed them onto my ultra sticky mat to keep everything secure while I worked. Now, since some of these pieces are quite small, especially the face area, having them held firmly in place makes ink blending so much more easier. For the coloring, I started with Sunbeam and Citrine as my primary yellow shades, blending them together to create a soft, warm base color. Then, once I was happy with the yellows, I brought in a touch of Cantaloupe, which is that very subtle orange, around some of the edges and areas where I wanted a little more depth. That subtle hint of orange adds warmth and gives the giraffe a more natural dimensional appearance without making the coloring look too heavy. By combining these shades, we end up with a sweet, cheerful little giraffe that's full of character and ready to take center stage on our card. I bought in one more shade, which is blush. Now, using a very light hand, I added just a touch of the soft orange pink color to the lower portions of the ear and around the nose. It's a subtle detail, but it adds a bit of warmth and personality to the giraffe, making those features stand out while keeping the overall look soft and sweet. After I was done with that, I continued going back and forth with the yellow and orange inks, gradually building up the color until I was happy with the blend. Taking the time to layer these colors this way creates a much smoother transition and gives the giraffe a little more depth and dimension. Of course, you could also die cut all these pieces from very light yellow cardstock and then add a bit of shading on top. That's a great way to speed up the process, but I personally prefer starting with plain white cardstock. It gives me complete control over the final look. And I can build up the color, shadows, and dimensions as I go. Sometimes I end up with a soft, subtle blend, and other times I add a lot more contrast. It really depends on my mood and where my creativity takes me while I'm making a particular project. Now, once I was happy with all that beautiful ink blending, it was time to bring some life to our little giraffe. The die includes etched details on the facial features, so I used a black gel pen to add tiny black dots for the eyes. It's a very small detail, but it makes such a difference. As soon as those eyes were added, the giraffe starts coming to life and takes so much more sweeter, more expressive personality. Once all the pieces were colored and ready to go, I used a little liquid glue to adhere everything together, carefully lining up the layers as I assembled the giraffe. The die is designed beautifully so the pieces come together quite easily, and before long, our little giraffe is complete. Well, I have to say, I absolutely love how adorable he looks. The soft ink blending adds so much more character, and those tiny details really bring him to life. Now, if you'd like, you could also add a little extra sparkle. You could also use tiny black gemstones or even small sequins for the eyes. That little touch of shine would make the giraffe even more playful and expressive. Don't forget to add his squishy little tail. I had also die cut the tail from that same white cardstock, so I went in and added some soft brown shading using mocha and woodsy inks to match the natural tones of the giraffe. To attach it, I added a tiny drop of liquid glue on the end of the tail and used a reverse tweezer to hold it in place. Now, the reverse tweezer makes handling these small little pieces so much more easier and gives you a much better control while placing them. Then I simply adhere the tail behind the giraffe, and just like that, he feels complete and even more lifelike with that little final detail. Isn't he absolutely adorable? I bought in the blush ink and added just a touch of shading to his cheeks to give him those sweet little rosy cheeks. It's a small detail, but it really enhances his expression and makes him look even more charming and full of personality. With that, our focal point is now complete, so I'll let this adorable little giraffe aside for a moment and move on to our background. At first, I was thinking of creating a full little scene with clouds and grass, but then later I decided to keep things much more simpler and let the design stay clean and elegant. So instead, I die cut a panel using a craft cardstock as my base. For the background, I used the sparkler scallop frame dies to create a layered die cut panel. The set includes six different frames, so I chose the second largest frame because I wanted to keep a nice, generous border around the framed focal area. This gives the design a beautiful balance while still keeping the giraffe as the main focal point of our entire design. For my sentiment, I die cut the word love using the timeless love die. I chose to cut it from black cardstock for that bold contrast against the softer tones in the rest of the design. To give it more presence and dimensional look, I die cut the word twice and stack the layers on top of each other using liquid glue. This simple step really helps the sentiment stand out while also making it sturdier on the cut front. I absolutely love the font on this die. It's so stylish, elegant, and beautifully balanced. It fits perfectly with the overall feel of the design and ties everything together in a really cohesive way. Instead of placing the giraffe over the sentiment, I decided to get a little more creative with the composition. So I positioned him so that his legs actually intertwine with the word itself, almost as if he's interacting with the sentiment rather than sitting on top of it. This helps integrate the giraffe into the design in a more intentional way, making it feel like the sentiment and the focal image belong together as one cohesive element. It's a simple design choice, but it really adds charm and a bit of storytelling to the overall card. To complete the sentiment, I chose the word you from the label Love and Friendship stamp set from a previous release by Simon. Now, since this is a larger sentiment, I decided to mask off the rest of the phrase so I could isolate the word you. I carefully positioned everything in my stamp wheel and stamped it using VersaFine Onyx Black ink. Now, this gave me a crisp, rich impression that pairs beautifully with the die cut love, helping the full sentiment come together in a very clean and cohesive way. The reason I chose this particular sentiment stamp is because I wanted the word you to stay very simple and understated, especially since the die cut love already has such a beautiful and expressive font. Keeping the stamp sentiment clean and minimal helps balance the overall design, allowing both the elements to complement each other without competing for attention. It creates a nice contrast between the bold dimensional die cut word and the soft simplicity of that stamped word, you, bringing everything together in a more harmonious way. I stamped the sentiment twice to make sure I got a really crisp, clean impression. Since I was working with a pigment ink, I also had the option to add clear embossing powder for a glossy, heat embossed finish. That would have given the sentiment a nice shine, but I decided to keep things simple this time and leave it matte. I really like how that soft, clean finish keeps the focus on the overall design and maintains that understated elegance in the card. Now, all that's left to do is bring everything together and assemble the pieces into a finished card front. At this stage, it's always so exciting to see the design come to life as each element finds its own place. I'll carefully layer and adhere the background, position our focal point, and finish by adding the sentiment so everything feels balanced and cohesive. This is where all the individual details come together to create a complete polished card design. I adhered both the sentiment and the focal point using liquid glue, taking my time to make sure everything was aligned perfectly before committing it to the design. Now, once I was happy with the placement and all the edges looked nice and straight, I went ahead and adhered the entire panel onto my white side folding card base. Since this is a fairly simple card design, I decided to add a bit of extra dimension by using foam tape on the card panel. It instantly lifts the design and creates a subtle shadow, which I absolutely love against the craft cardstock base. I also really like how that clean white border frames everything so beautifully. It gives the whole card a finished look while still keeping things soft and minimal. For some final touches, I bought in a glitter brush pen and added a little bit of shimmer to the black die cut sentiment, just to give it that bit of a sparkle when it catches the light. Well, at this point, you could have also swapped out your sentiment for some black glitter cardstock for a similar effect, but the brush pen keeps it flexible and controlled while still adding the touch of shine. And for just the final touch, instead of my usual sparkle mix, I added a tiny red heart next to the giraffe to complete the design. It's such a simple addition, but it brings a lovely pop of color and a bit of charm to the overall composition. I absolutely love how this card turned out. It feels clean, balanced, and full of personality while still keeping that soft and simple style. This is exactly my style of card making, which is creating beautiful, clean, and simple card designs. I hope you enjoyed watching today's video and got inspired. Don't forget to check out the Always There release by Simon Says Stamp. I will leave a link to the entire release as well as links to the products that I used to create this particular card down in the description box below. Please note that all of those links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. What if you could capture an entire underwater world inside a shaker card? Today I'm creating a magical ocean scene filled with beautiful corals, floating jellyfish, and lots of sparkle using products from the Alteneo's brand new June release. Hello everyone, I'm Revati and welcome to my crafty space. Today's video is part of the Alteneo's June 2026 release video hop. To celebrate this amazing release, Alteneo is giving away a total of $300 in prizes. Be sure to check the link in the description box below for all the hop details, and don't forget to visit each stop along the hop and leave a comment on the participating YouTube videos for your chance to win. For today's project, I'll be using two absolutely fun new products from the release. The first one is the Ocean Window die set, which works almost like a nesting die set and includes 4 dies that create beautifully organic window shapes. They are perfect for framing underwater scenes, but I can also see these unique shapes being used for all different kinds of creative card designs. I'll also be using the Zero Waste Beneath the Blue die set. This features an intricate underwater design filled with corals, seaweeds, starfish, and a gorgeous jellyfish as the main focal point. One of my favorite things about this die is that you can use both the positive and the negative pieces, giving you endless possibilities for building your own ocean inspired scenes. To create my windows using the Ocean Windows dies, I decided to work with some beautiful shades of blues. I chose a deep navy blue for the outer layer, paired it with a medium blue in the center, and finished with a soft light blue to create depth and mimic the different tones you might see in the ocean. I'll be sure to link the exact cardstock colors that I used in the description box below. For now, I'll set the windows aside and move on to die cutting all the beautiful elements that will become the focal points both inside and outside our window. I'm using the Beneath the Blue die set, which is a three-piece die set along with the large intricate underwater cover plate. It also includes two smaller dies that cut out detailed coral reef elements. These extra pieces are perfect for adding dimension and building a layered ocean scene with lots of interest and detail. Whenever I'm working with these zero waste dies, I prefer to die cut them from white cardstock so I have complete freedom to add whatever colors I want later on. Of course, you could also cut the design from colored cardstock right from the start for a much bolder and vibrant look. I went ahead and die cut all the pieces and stored the tiny die cut elements in one of those trays to keep everything organized and easy to find. And don't throw away that large negative panel, it makes a fantastic card background all on its own. But for today's project, I will be setting it aside and saving it for a future card. Just take a look at that beautiful details etched into these little die cut pieces. They add so much texture and interest, providing instant dimension to your card design. Even if you were creating a flat, clean, and simple card, these intricate details help bring the elements to life and make the finished product feel extra special. And this little jellyfish has to be my favorite of all the elements we die cut. Not only is it packed with beautiful texture and detail, but just look at those delicate tentacles flowing beneath it. I absolutely love this design. For today's card, I'll be pairing the jellyfish with a few coral pieces, some underwater foliage, and a starfish to create a fun and cohesive ocean scene. I picked out all the elements I wanted to use on my card front and placed them onto my ultra sticky mat. As for the leftover pieces, I'll be storing them right back in the packaging so they are ready to use on my future projects. Now, when it comes to coloring these die cuts, I wasn't following any particular color scheme. My goal was simply to have fun and play with bold, vibrant colors. I started by adding some beautiful shades of blue to the jellyfish. Initially, I planned to use just one shade, but as I continued coloring, I decided to bring in a deeper, richer blue to create a soft ombre effect and add a little more depth. You'll actually see me introduce a touch of pink later on as well. And well, funny enough, the jellyfish I ended up using on the final card is completely different than the one I'm coloring here. That's one of the reasons I love die cutting these designs from white cardstock. It gives me complete creative freedom to experiment with colors, change my mind along the way, and customize each element exactly the way I want. To color all of these die cut pieces, I'm using beautiful shades of the fresh dye inks from Altenew along with the small ink blending brushes. Now you could easily achieve a similar look using alcohol markers for more precise and vibrant coloring. Well, let me know in the comments below what's your favorite coloring medium. Do you prefer ink blending, alcohol markers, watercolors, or something else entirely? To color the corals, I decided to bring in some vibrant pink tones. While working on them, I ended up adding a touch of pink to my jellyfish as well, just to see how it would look. I really loved how the jellyfish turned out with those bold pinks and blues. It looked so much more vibrant and fun. However, once I placed it against the blue background that we would die cut with those window dies, I felt it didn't quite blend the way I wanted. That's when I decided to switch to a white jellyfish for the final design instead. But don't worry, I'm not throwing this one away. I'll be storing it and using it for another project because nothing in my craft room ever goes to waste. For my starfish, I went with a bright yellow. I am honestly not even sure if starfish come in this color. I probably should have done a bit of research before I started in blending these little sea creatures. But like I mentioned earlier, my main goal here was to simply have fun and play with those bold, vibrant colors, so I didn't worry too much about realism. I then cleaned my ultra sticky mat and carefully picked out all the colored die cut pieces and arranged my foliage in place. For coloring, I'll be using the same yellow that I used for the starfish along with some beautiful greens from the Mediterranean glow set. These greens are a bit more subtle and less vibrant, which feels perfect for creating a natural looking sea kelp effect. I kept that bright yellow at the tips and gradually added the deeper green shades towards the base of the foliage to create a soft ombre effect. Now, once I was done with that, I moved on to the two smaller coral reef die cuts, which I colored using beautiful gray tones from the warm gray fresh dye ink set. I used the shades Lava Rock and Moon Rock to create a beautiful shadow effect on our coral reef, adding depth and dimension to the design. I absolutely love how bright, bold, and vibrant all of these die cut pieces have turned out. The colors really bring the underwater scene to life, and everything feels so playful and full of movement. What I also love about this kind of die cutting technique is that nothing really goes to waste. You can take the all of the leftover pieces and either build a completely new card design or even puzzle piece them back into the original negative panel to create a stunning, detailed, ocean inspired background. It's such a fun way to stretch your supplies and get multiple looks from a single die set. Now, while I was working through these elements, I did feel that the pink corals needed just a little extra to really tie them into the rest of the palette. So I went back in and added a hint of tangerine dream, which is a bright and vibrant orange, to both the coral pieces. That small addition really helped warm them up, added more depth, and made the colors feel more cohesive within the overall underwater scene. Now that our focal point pieces are ready, it's time to move on to the window. The ocean window die set actually includes four different window frames, creating four layered openings in total. But for today's card design, I'll be using only two of those windows, the second and the third layer, to frame my underwater scene. This will help keep the focal area more focused while still giving that beautiful dimensional ocean view effect. I decided to place the lighter shade of blue at the top of the card while the deep navy blue will sit in the innermost layer. This layering helps create the depth and naturally draws the eye inward, almost mimicking the transition from shallow water to the deeper parts of the ocean. I placed the larger of the two dies onto the lighter blue layer. One of the great things about this die set is that they are very flexible in terms of orientation. You can rotate and arrange them in any way you want that suits your design, and they still work beautifully. You'll also notice that the jellyfish fits perfectly within the die cut opening, which really helps bring the whole underwater scene to life and sets the stage for our focal point. You'll start to see the card coming together as we place the light blue layer over the mid-tone blue panel. The contrast between the shades really help build that underwater depth and gives the design a more dimensional feel. Now, since this card has quite a bit of layering and dimension, I decided to trim the second and third cardstock panel very slightly. This helps everything sit together more cleanly once everything is assembled instead of having every layer perfectly align on top of each other. Now, to cut the second window, I like to temporarily layer both the pieces together. The opening from the first layer then acts as a guide, making it much more easier to position the second die accurately on that beautiful mid-tone blue layer before we cut it. I secured the die in place with washi tape to make sure everything stayed perfectly aligned, and then I ran the entire assembly through my die cutting machine. And once that was done, all the layers are coming together. You can really see the vision take shape. An immersive, dimensional underwater scene with beautiful depth and that soft color gradient that naturally draws your eyes right into the center of the design. I'll be storing both of the negative pieces from the die cut window. In fact, I plan on using one of them inside the card as a simple writing panel, giving us a clean space to add our handwritten message while keeping the overall design cohesive. Before building the shaker, I decided to bring in all the colored die cut elements and place them on the card panel just to get a better sense of the overall composition and placement. I moved things around quite a bit, testing different arrangements to see what felt balanced and visually pleasing. However, once I placed the jellyfish against the blue background, I noticed something. It was starting to get a little bit lost in that color transition and wasn't standing out the way I wanted it to. That was the moment I realized I needed to make a change to ensure the focal point really pops. All the other colors look absolutely stunning against the blue backdrop. At this stage, you could even choose to keep the design just like this without adding any dimension or shaker elements. Simply adhere all the panels together using liquid glue along with the die cut elements for a clean, simple, and single layered look. It would still make a beautiful finished card on its own with all the colors and details shining through in a more minimal style. But since we are creating a shaker card, the assembly will be slightly different. I started by adhering the first two panels, which is the light blue and the mid blue window layers, using liquid glue. Next, I will be attaching my acetate window behind the mid blue panel. This will form the clear window for our shaker elements. Whenever I'm working with acetate or any plastic material, I prefer using double-sided tape instead of liquid glue. Acetate has a very smooth, slippery surface, so there's always a chance that the liquid glue can shift, smear, or even ooze out of the edges. Double sided tape, on the other hand, gives a much cleaner and more crisp finish. It holds everything securely in place without the risk of any messy glue seepage, which makes the whole assembly process a lot more reliable and neat. I'll make sure to add the double-sided tape on all four sides to fully seal the window panel. This is very important because you don't want any gaps or open edges along the window frame or behind the foam tape. A completely sealed border ensures that none of the shaker elements can escape, keeping everything neatly contained inside the card and allowing the shaker effect to work exactly as intended. Now, you'll see me making a decision between the ink blended blue jellyfish and the white jellyfish. I really love the blue version because of that beautiful pink and blue transition. It looks so vibrant and eye catching on its own. However, once I placed it against that background, I noticed it was getting a little lost in the overall color blend. That's when the white jellyfish came and became the better choice, as it helped the focal points stand out much more clearly while still keeping the design cohesive. To tone down the stark white, I bought in my yellow ink blending brush, and whatever ink was left on the brush, I brushed it lightly to the jellyfish. Now, that subtle hint of yellow softens the brightness of the white and adds a gentle dimension, helping the jellyfish feel more natural and cohesive within the underwater scene while still keeping it bright enough to stand out. It's now time to add the foam tape to create our shaker well. I'm using Altenews foam tape because I find it slightly more thicker than the regular foam tape that I own. Now, this gives more depth and allows the shaker elements to move more freely inside the window. You'll also notice me placing small strips of foam tape along the edges of the window. This is an important step as it prevents any shaker elements from slipping into the gaps behind the window frame. This way, even when the card is standing upright, all the shaker bits stay visible within the window and move beautifully inside the designated space. Initially, I had planned to place my jellyfish on top of the acetate right over the light blue panel in front, but as I worked through the design, I started loving the idea of having it floating inside the shaker window instead. So I went ahead and added a thinner layer of foam tape to the jellyfish and adhered it onto the navy blue panel inside the window. This helps create a beautiful sense of depth, making the jellyfish feel like it's truly suspended within the underwater scene. I brought the window panel over to the base just to double check that my jellyfish was fully visible through the opening and positioned exactly where I wanted it. Now, before securing it in place, I added a few drops of liquid glue on top of the foam tape. This gives me a little extra wiggle room to adjust the jellyfish if needed, ensuring it sits perfectly within the window before everything else sets in place. Another small but really helpful tip when creating shaker windows, especially when using foam tape, is to apply a bit of anti-static powder along the edges of the foam tape. This helps prevent your shaker elements from sticking to the adhesive side, allowing them to move freely inside the window and create that smooth floating motion we all love in shaker cards. Now, I like to pick up a little anti-static powder with a flat paintbrush and gently run it along the exposed edges of the foam tape. It's a simple step, but it makes a big difference in how well your shaker elements move once everything is sealed. The next step is to add our shaker elements. I'm using the clear iridescent stellar sequences which come in 6 different sizes. For shaker windows in particular, I prefer using smaller sizes. Here I'm mainly using size number 3 and 4 with just a few of the size 6 mixed in. I find that the smaller sequences create a more delicate, sparkly effect and help the window look fuller without overpowering the design. I place the sequence around the area where the jellyfish sits. You'll also notice that the thin tentacles are slightly lifted. Well, they are not adhered to the card panel, which allows the sequence to move freely behind the jellyfish and create a beautiful sense of that underwater motion and depth. I then remove the backing from the foam tape and carefully place the window panel directly over the dark navy blue layer. I made sure everything was aligned properly before pressing it down firmly. To finish, I sealed all the edges tightly, ensuring that there are no gaps for the shaker elements to escape. This step is really important so that all the sequins stay securely inside the window and can move freely without falling out. Now, if you notice that your back panel is slightly off at the edges, don't worry, you can simply trim off the excess with a pair of scissors. This small adjustment won't be noticeable at all as it will be completely hidden behind the beautiful card front, giving you a clean and polished finish without any stress. Isn't this already looking absolutely stunning? Well, now I'll go ahead and start placing all those little die cut pieces we colored at the very beginning. I layer each element carefully and adhere them in place using liquid adhesive to build up the final scene and add even more depth and detail to the design. When layering multiple elements onto your card panel, there's a really simple trick to help you keep everything in place without disturbing your original composition. I like to use the press and seal, which is typically a kitchen sealing wrap used for leftovers like fruits and vegetables, but it also works beautifully in the craft room. You will see me arranging the foliage and the coral on the right side first, then gently place a small piece of the press and seal over the entire grouping. I then lift everything up together. The slightly tacky surface holds all the die cut pieces in place, making it easy to move them as one unit. From there, you can apply your adhesive. Here, I like to use liquid glue. And once I have tiny drops of liquid glue on all those pieces, I will reposition everything back onto the card where I originally planned it to be. And once you've done, you can simply peel away that plastic sheet. It's such a handy way to maintain your layout while working with multiple elements. This method is gentle on your die cut pieces even if you have like delicate, intricate pieces, and it will not tear or damage them in any way. Now, once everything was secured, I went ahead and assembled the remaining elements to complete the card design, bringing in all the layers and details together for the final finish. And this is where you can really make this design your own. You can choose to layer as many or as few elements as you like, depending on the look you're going for. For my card, I decided to use all the colored pieces I had prepared and layered them on the card front while still keeping the jellyfish and the shaker window as a main focal point. Even with those beautiful ink blended elements added on top, the shaker window still remains the star of the design, with everything working together to build a beautiful cohesive underwater scene. The only thing missing now is a sentiment. For that, I decided to bring in this absolutely adorable set. This is the Craft Your Life Project Kit Coral Reef Wonder. This is the June kit. This kit is packed with so many fun ocean theme elements, including a beautiful stamp set with a variety of underwater images and sentiments. It also has the coral reef inspired 3D embossing folder along with the coordinating stencils, which make it so easy to add texture and dimension to your projects. Just take a look at how intricate this embossing folder is. Now, there are 6 different stencils that not only help you color that beautiful 3D embossing folder image, but also has stencils to build a beautiful underwater scene. And the real star of the kit has to be this die set, which includes beautifully detailed fishes that can be layered together using colorful cardstocks to create stunning dimensional look. I decided to stamp the sentiment that says, "Hope your day is as bright as the coral reefs," which I felt matched this card perfectly. I stamped the sentiment using white pigment ink onto the same navy blue cardstock that we used on the inside of the window, creating a beautiful contrast against the dark background. I then heat embossed it with white embossing powder to give it a smooth, glossy finish and make the sentiment really stand out as a crisp final touch for our card. I then trimmed the sentiment into its thin strip and layered it onto the top right hand corner of the card, just above the window. I absolutely love how beautifully this card front came together. There are so many fun elements, the shaker bits, the fun jellyfish almost like floating inside the window, and those beautiful vibrant corals and the foliage on the outside of the window. Now, to finish everything off, I adhered the entire panel onto a top folding navy blue card base. And well, remember that little leftover negative piece from the window die cut? I used one of those inside the card base to create a clean writing panel, giving us the perfect space to add a handwritten message while keeping the design cohesive and intentional. And with that, we can call this card done. I absolutely love how this card turned out. Here's another example using the same ocean window die set, but instead of the coral elements, I added the little die cut clownfishes from the coral reef wonder set. It shows how versatile these products can be and how easily you can switch up the focal point elements to change the entire look of the design. This version is a great example of a clean and simple card style using the same basic supplies, proving how different results can be achieved with just small changes. I hope you enjoyed watching today's video and felt inspired. All the supplies that I used to create this particular project will be linked in the description box below, along with all the details for the video hub. Don't forget to leave a comment on each of the videos for your chance to be entered into the giveaway. All the supplies that are listed are all affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me. Until next time, stay safe. What if I told you that one flower completely changed the way I look at color combinations? Today I'm sharing a card inspired by a color palette I never thought I would use, let alone fall in love with. With summer finally here and beautiful flowers blooming everywhere, I have been finding inspiration every time I step outside my house. Hello crafty friends, I'm Revati and welcome to my crafty space. Today I'll be turning a summer inspiration into a beautiful floral card and showing you exactly how it all came together. Well, a few days ago, one particular flower caught my eye. It had the most striking blue and yellow color combination, and I just couldn't stop looking at it. Those colors were so vibrant, fresh, and unexpected that I immediately knew I had to recreate that feeling on a card. So, of course, I rushed home and started digging through my floral supplies, looking for the perfect stamp set to bring this color combination to life. That's when I came across this absolutely gorgeous Build a Garden Leaning Lily set. It comes with everything you need. We have a stamp set, coordinating die, layering stencils, and even a blending brush. Now, the flower that inspired today's card wasn't actually a lily, and well, honestly, I'm not even sure what kind of a flower it was. But what I loved about the leaning lily was those beautiful open petals. They felt like the perfect canvas for recreating that stunning blue and yellow color palette that first caught my eye. I absolutely love Altenews Builder Garden sets. They really take the guesswork out of card making because everything coordinates perfectly. For today's card, I'll be using the large floral image along with one of those included sentiments, and we'll be die cutting both of them later. Now, you could easily color this beautiful floral image with alcohol markers, watercolors, or any other coloring medium that you enjoy. But I decided to use the coordinating stencil today and to build up those beautiful colors. It is a quick and easy way to add beautiful shading and dimension while still achieving a detailed hand-colored look. I started by stamping both the floral focal point image and my sentiment on a white cardstock panel. You'll notice that the sentiment ended up being a little crooked, but that's not a problem since we'll be die cutting it with the coordinating die later on. To make sure I got a nice crisp impression, I stamped both the images twice using a pigment ink. Then, while the ink was still wet, I added a layer of clear embossing powder and heat set it. This gives the stamped lines a beautiful glossy finish and helps them stand out once we've started adding all that gorgeous color. Before you start stamping, don't forget to prep your cardstock with an anti-static powder tool, especially if you're planning to heat emboss. This helps prevent any stray embossing powder from sticking where you don't want it to. Also, if you're using a pigment ink but aren't planning to heat emboss, be sure to give the ink plenty of time to dry before you add ink or add color to your stamped image. Pigment ink stays wet much longer than dye inks and can easily smear if you're not careful. Of course, another option is to use a dye ink which dries almost instantly and works beautifully for stencil coloring techniques like the one we are using today. Now, even though I knew I'd be die cutting both of these images, I still wanted to minimize any warping from heat embossing process. So rather than holding my heat tool in one spot, I kept moving it across the surface until all of that embossing powder had melted. This helps distribute the heat more evenly and keeps the cardstock much flatter. Once I was done heat setting the images, I let the panel cool down for a few seconds before placing the coordinating dies on top. It's a small step, but an important one. While the embossing powder hardens almost immediately, giving it a moment to cool down helps prevent any accidental smudges or fingerprints in that beautiful glossy finish. After that, I lined up the coordinating dies and ran everything through my die cutting machine, giving me a perfectly cut piece that were ready for the next step. To keep my dies from shifting, I like to secure them with a little bit of washi tape. You can absolutely use low tack tape or any temporary tape you have on hand, but I have quite a collection of the washi tape sitting in my stash. Over time, many of those older rolls lose some of their stickiness, which actually makes them perfect for this purpose. They still hold the dies in place while being gentle enough to remove without damaging the cardstock. It's a great way to put those neglected rolls of washi tape to good use. Next, I went ahead and placed the die cut floral image onto my ultra sticky mat, and that's when the magic really starts to happen. Now, this set includes 4 coordinating layering stencils, and each is clearly labeled, making the coloring process incredibly easy. I'll begin with stencil number 1, which adds color to our flower petals. Now, for the centers of the flowers, I started with the shade Mid Yellow, which is a fun, vibrant yellow. That'll create that beautiful warm glow in the inside of our flower. Then it was time for the color combination that really inspired this card, which is combining that warm glow of the yellow with gorgeous blues. For that, I chose 2 shades. We have Blue Horizon, which is the lighter blue, and Ride the Wave for that darker, more intense shading on the tip of the petals. Now, using Blue Horizon as my main color, I blended over the petals and then added Ride the Wave just to the tip of the petals to create depth and contrast. The combination is so striking and really captures the look that first caught my eyes outdoor. I repeated the same color combination on all the petals as well as the smaller buds throughout the stamped image, creating a cohesive look across the entire floral arrangement. I'll be honest, when it comes to coloring florals, I usually gravitate towards the more traditional color palettes, which is pinks, oranges, yellows, and purples. But I'm so happy I stepped out of my comfort zone for this card. This blue and yellow combination feels fresh, vibrant, and so different from anything that I would normally create. It's amazing how much inspiration nature can provide. I never would have expected that a simple walk outside would lead me to such a beautiful color palette, but that's exactly what happened. It's a reminder to keep our eyes open because inspiration can show up in the most unexpected places. Once I was happy with all of that beautiful floral coloring, I moved on to the leaves. For those, I used fresh leaf and reindeer moss, which are true bright, vibrant greens from my collection that complemented the bold floral colors perfectly. The combination added just the right amount of contrast while keeping that fresh, summery feel throughout the entire design. While I continue blending in the rest of the colors, I wanted to take a moment to share a little exciting news with you. This video is part of the News June 2026 release Instagram Hop. Now, if you'd like to join in on the fun, be sure to head over to my Instagram page where you'll find all the Hop details, inspiration from other talented designers, and information on the Hop giveaway. Altnew is giving away a total of $300 in prizes. So you'll have a chance to win one of the $100 gift cards or one of the four $50 cards. To enter, simply follow the hop instructions and leave a comment along the way for your chance to win. I'll also include all the giveaway details and relevant links in the description box below, so be sure to check that out after you've done watching this video. Once all the layers were completed and I lifted off the fourth stencil, I was honestly in awe of how beautiful this floral image came together. The colors looked so vibrant and every detail just popped beautifully. What I really love is not just the color combination, but also how incredibly detailed these stencils are. They make it so easy to achieve that dimensional layered look with very little effort. You could definitely take this a step further by adding extra shading or fine details with your alcohol markers, but I decided to leave mine just as is and let the stencils layers shine on their own. For my background, I wanted to add a little bit of soft texture, so I reached out for a brand new stencil called Flourishing Coral Stencil. Now, this is also part of the June release, and even though it has a very ocean inspired design, I wanted to show you how versatile it can be. You can really use it in so many different ways. Originally, I plan on doing some partial stenciling, adding the design just on the upper portion of my panel. But once I placed my stamped image on top, the background felt a little incomplete. Luckily, since the stencil has that repeating pattern, I was able to easily line it up and extend the design across the entire background for a more balanced look. Now, for the color, I used the same fresh leaf ink, which is the shade that I used for the leaves and stems in my floral image. I kept the application very soft and subtle, and in the end, you'll notice that I didn't even cover the entire background. I intentionally left some open spaces around the edges to keep that design very light and airy because I wanted our main floral image to be the focal point of this card. Next, I added some soft ink blending using fresh leaf ink in the area that would sit diagonally opposite to my floral focal point. This helps balance the composition and guides the eye across the card. It also tones down that stark white space peeking through from behind the stenciled background, making everything feel more cohesive. I really love how this subtle blending adds depth without overpowering the design while still gently drawing your attention back to that beautifully inked floral image. Well, if you've been following my work for quite some time now, you will know that I can never resist a good splatter moment. So I took my background panel over to my splatter box and added a mix of black and gold splatters across the design. I kept this step very loose and unintentional, letting the splatters fall naturally across the panel, moving from top left down towards the bottom right. This direction subtly echoes the placement of my floral focal point image and helps guide the eye across the card. The combination of black and gold adds just the right amount of contrast and interest without overpowering that soft, stenciled background. It's one of those finishing touches that really brings everything together. While my panel was drying, I went ahead and die cut the floral focal image and the sentiment from plain white cardstock. I'll be stacking these layers to give the focal point a bit more stability and dimension. You could definitely skip this step and simply use foam tape instead, but I personally love doubling up my die cuts. It adds that extra bit of sturdiness and balance to the finished design, especially for larger focal point images like this one. Now, to assemble everything, I first used some low profile foam tape to adhere my dimensional floral piece onto that beautifully stenciled and splattered background. This helps it sit slightly raised while still keeping a clean, polished look overall. Once all the foam tape was in place, I carefully peeled off the backing from the foam tape and aligned the floral image onto my card background. I absolutely love how those colors came together here. The bright yellow, blue, and the fresh greens in the flower really pop against that beautiful textured and stenciled background. It's such a beautiful contrast and it really brings the whole design to life. Now you'll notice that there's a small part of the stem that extends slightly beyond the edge of the panel. I simply trimmed it off with my scissors to keep the edges clean and give the design a more polished finish. Also, I forgot to mention earlier that this particular panel measures 4 by 5 and quarter inches, which is slightly smaller than your standard A2 size card base. I like working at this size because it naturally leaves a white border around the panel, framing the design beautifully and giving it that clean finished look. Now it's time to adhere the sentiment. Since the sentiment overlaps the floral focal point image, I had to be mindful of all that added dimension underneath. Instead of stacking multiple layers of die cut sentiment pieces, I trimmed them strategically and only added foam tape where it was needed to match the varying heights of the focal point image. This helped me build just enough dimension in the right areas so that the sentiment sits more evenly across the design rather than looking uneven or tilted. It's a simple little trick, but it really helps everything feel cohesive and well balanced in the very end. And with that, our beautiful card front is ready. All that's left to do is mount it onto a card base. I used foam tape to pop the entire panel up, adding just a bit more dimension and making the focal points stand out even more. And just like that, the card comes together in no time. Simple, dimensional, and full of beautiful texture and color. I absolutely hope you enjoyed creating this card with me and found some inspiration to try a new color combination in your own projects. Don't forget to head over to my Instagram page for all the details on the Altenews June 2026 release Instagram hop, along with a fun giveaway you won't want to miss. Also, all the supplies that I used in today's project will be listed in the description box below, so be sure to check it out if you're looking for anything specific. Also, please note that all of those links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. If you love surprise filled craft kits, you're definitely in the right place because this one feels like a full on party in a box. Now, today I'll be unboxing the brand new Simon June 2026 card kit, and trust me, it's packed with fun party inspired elements and a beautiful touch of nostalgia that instantly takes you back in time. I'm going to walk you through everything inside the kit and share all those little details that make it so special. We will also be creating a card. Hello everyone, I'm Revati and let's dive right in and see what's inside. Now, this is the Simon June 2026 Step Right Up kit, and this one is such a cheerful, playful collection that instantly makes you want to start creating. Right out of the box, you'll find a handy inspiration sheet included, packed with project ideas to help spark your creativity and get you started right away. Now, as always, the Simon's monthly kits are full of amazing value, and this is no exception. Now, let's get started. We have four beautiful dies that are included in this set. Please note that even though this kit is already sold out, you can still grab all of these products individually if something catches your eye. Now, the first die here is the 3D cone die. This one cuts out a beautifully curved shape that assembles into a dimensional cone. And there are so many possibilities. You could turn this into a little ice cream cone, a fluffy cotton candy cone, or even a playful party hat element for your handmade cuts. Next, we have the ephemera slots die, which cuts three clean parallel rectangular slots that are designed to tuck in little die cut pieces, tags, photos, or any other small creative elements that you want to layer in. It's such a versatile interactive piece and would absolutely be perfect for creating fun, engaging interactive card designs. Then we have the festive bunting die. This one includes a curved string or a cord along with a set of rectangular flag pieces that you can attach along it to create a classic bunting banner. It instantly brings that cheerful party inspired vibe, perfect for birthdays, celebrations, or any card where you want to add a festive finishing touch. And this one's my favorite, the 3D popcorn box die. This die cuts out all the pieces you need to build an adorable dimensional popcorn box. It even includes little dice to cut out those popcorn kernels, which makes it so playful and realistic. To pair with those popcorn kernels, we also have this absolutely fun new product called the White Heat and Fluff Paint. All you need to do is squeeze a little bit of that paint, and then while it's still wet, apply heat using your embossing tool. As it heats up, it puffs and expands almost like real popcorn, giving you that amazing dimensional feel. Also, we have this little thread that you can use with that bunting, festive bunting die set, and it would be absolutely perfect to create those little banners. Now, this is such a fun little product. We have a pack of pink and blue craft cotton fluff. These are going to be absolutely adorable as cotton candy texture, especially when paired with the 3D cone die. Just imagine those soft, fluffy layers sitting right on top of your cone. It's such a playful carnival inspired detail that really ties the whole theme together. To give our popcorn that perfect buttery look, we also have the Distress Oxide Mini Ink Cube in the shade Scattered Straw. Now, this one's such a warm, soft yellow. It pairs beautifully with the popcorn dye and really ties into the playful carnival inspired theme of the whole kit. I especially love these Distress Oxide inks because they are so beautifully pigmented and blend like a dream. And I really look forward to using this in an upcoming project to bring all those popcorn details to life. Talking about popcorn, you're also going to get these popcorn scratch and sniff elements. You just scratch off the top layer and it releases a classic popcorn scent. It's such a fun sensory surprise. I can't wait to use this on a card and send it out to someone, and I'm really hoping the recipient enjoys this unexpected little interactive detail as much as I do. We also have some ephemera in the form of tickets, and this one's the Tim Holtz ticket book. It has, I think, 95 tickets all in one book, so you're getting this entire pack here. Now, when you flip through these, you see little tiny price tickets, little punch style tickets, and some of them are larger designs, including the ones with that classic circular detail in the center, like they are punched. So, this definitely gives a beautiful nostalgic feel to it. Just imagine layering all these ephemera slot die pieces, and it would pair perfectly with the interactive element and the ephemera die that I showed you earlier. What I also love is that the vintage feel across this design and the fact that these tickets are perforated on both sides. So you just have to fold along the edges and tear them separate to give a clear, clean cut, and then choose exactly the ones that you want to use on your project. Moving on, we have this absolutely gorgeous 6 by 8 stamp set called Having Fun, and it truly lives up to its name. At the top, you'll see a variety of burst style images that can be used as fireworks, celebratory accents, or even just bold background elements that really will make your card feel like it's popping off the page. Now, there are several fun sentiments included, each with different font, which gives you so much versatility when building your design. And at the bottom, you will see some other images that coordinate beautifully with the dies that are included in the kit. And in my future videos, I'll show you how they can be paired. Actually, after I finish the unboxing, I do have a card for you guys where I show how I use some of these images onto my die cuts. There are coordinating dies available which cut out all these images and the sentiments that can be bought separately. Next, we have some pre-scored cards. These are 4 bar size made of 120-pound cardstock. They are very much smaller than your standard A2 size card base, so I'll have to play around and figure out some creative ways to use these in my projects. But that's part of the fun, right? Last but not the least, we have some fun cardstocks. We have a sheet of heavyweight Desert Storm cardstock, and there is the white that you see is a lightweight white cardstock, which is perfect for pairing with the 3D cone die. And there's also one sheet of that Schoolhouse Red. Again, it's a heavyweight cardstock. Now, again, for something new and exciting, this is the Fun and Games card panel. It's 8.5 by 11 sheet, and it's designed in 4 quadrant layouts. So you can actually get 2 card panels out of each sheet, and you can actually create 4 cards, making it super versatile and easy to cut apart. Now, the patterns are so playful and bold with stars, harlequin style stripes, and some really cool polka dots that tie perfectly with that cheerful party inspired theme of the kit. So, well, this is such a playful carnival inspired collection full of interactive dice, fun textures, and those little surprise elements that really make card making feel extra special. From the dimensional popcorn box to the cotton candy fluff and all those coordinating stamps, ephemeras, and papers, there's so much here to spark your creativity right away. I can't wait to get started with this kit and bring some of these fun ideas to life. And I hope it inspires you too. Talking about inspiration, let me show you a quick card I made using the stamp set and the festive bunting die. Usually I only do unboxing videos first, but this kit was so exciting that I couldn't wait. I had to dive in and start creating with it right away. So off camera, I went ahead and prepped all the pieces to speed things up. I used black cardstock to create the twine element and cut out 2 lengths so I could build that layered bunting look across the card. Now, for my little banner flags, I die cut them using 2 different shades of pink cardstock. I love how the 2 tones add a bit of dimension and visual interest without being too busy. You'll notice there are 2 small holes on each of those banner pieces, which make it easy to thread the twine through and keep everything nicely aligned. I just gently guided the black twine through each flag, spacing them evenly to create that classic bunting effect. And well, of course, you could absolutely switch things up here. You could use the red and white twine that comes with the kit for a more traditional festive feel, or even mix and match colors depending on your theme. That's what I love about this set. It's so flexible, and every small change completely transforms the look of your card. If you find it a little tricky to thread the twine through these small holes, you can totally use any pokey tool you have on hand. Just gently push the twine into the hole and pull it through from the other side. It makes the whole process so much more easier and saves you a bit of frustration. Now, all of these little flags are pretty simple on their own, so I decided to add a bit of extra detail and inking them up to bring them to life. Now for that, I'll be using some of those solid images on the bottom of our stamp set. They work perfectly as filler elements and help add a pop of color and interest to each banner without overpowering the design. So it's such an easy way to coordinate everything and tie the whole card together beautifully. I started with light pink banners and laid them out on my ultra sticky mat so they wouldn't move around while I was working. To add some soft detailing, I used light pink shade called Carnation from the Simon Says Stamp Positively Saturated Ink collection. And using those solid stamped images, I added little stars and polka dots across these banners. Now, it's such a subtle but effective way to bring in extra interest and texture, especially when you're working with otherwise plain die cut pieces. Just those small little stamped details instantly make the banners feel more playful, cohesive, and finished without overpowering the design. I kept rotating my stamps as I worked so that each banner didn't end up looking the same. By changing the orientation of the image, you naturally get more variety in the stamp pattern across the banners, which makes everything feel more organic and less repetitive. It's a small step, but it really helps each piece feel unique while still keeping that cohesive, coordinated look throughout the whole design. Once I was done with the light pink banners, I switched things up and moved on to the dark pink banners. Now, for this set, I'll be using the shade Cherry. I repeated the same exact process of inking them up with the polka dots and stars, but this time I also added the striped pattern for that little bit of extra contrast and visual interest on the darker tones. I did go ahead and die cut quite a few of these banners, but well, I won't be using all of them in today's card. I actually love doing this because it means I can easily save the extras for another project later. So nothing goes to waste, and I already have a little stash ready for next time. This way, I can either recreate the same design again later or switch things up by using different colored cardstock and pairing it with the pinks to create a more variety look. Now, it's a great way to get more mileage out of your die cuts and stamped images because once you've got the base design figured, you can easily remix the colors, patterns, and combinations for completely new results every time. Now that all our banners are stamped and ready, it's time to thread them using a little black die cut twine. Now, I used lightweight black cardstock to create my twine, and I actually found it much more easier to work with compared to heavyweight cardstock. It's more flexible, so it slides through the banner holes really smoothly without much of that resistance. That said, if you prefer, you could absolutely use an actual black twine instead. It would work just as beautifully and give a slightly different texture to the finished look. I went ahead and did this with both versions of my black cardstock twine and created a 5 flag banner for each of them. I alternated between the light and dark pink banners to create that beautiful color variation across my panel. It really helps break up the design and adds a bit of more visual interest instead of having all the same shades in a row. I love how these two tones work beautifully together. They feel cohesive but still give that playful contrast that makes the whole banner stand out on the card. Now that our banners are ready, let's move on to building the card front. I have an A2 size white cardstock panel and I'll be using the new Sparkler Scallop Frame dies from the Always There release. This is such a gorgeous die set and I really love how it adds that soft decorative touch without overpowering the rest of the design. For this card, I'm going with the largest frame from the set. It creates that beautiful scalloped edge all the way around the panel, instantly giving it a more finished and dimensional look. What I love about this kind of detail is that it does so much work visually. It frames your focal point, adds elegance to a simple white background, and ties everything perfectly with that playful, festive elements we've already created with the banner. Now, before I place my banners on the card, I wanted to stamp my sentiment first. I was honestly a little unsure at first about which sentiment to choose, but in the end, I decided to go with have a little fun today, every day. It just felt like the perfect match for the playful carnival inspired theme of this card. So I placed my panel into my stamp wheel and to make sure that I got a very nice, clean impression. I positioned the sentiment on the right hand corner of the panel so it balances the design without overpowering it. I stamped the sentiment using pigment ink, and while it was still wet, I generously sprinkled on some clear embossing powder. Then I heat set it and created this beautiful glossy raised finish that really makes the sentiment stand out. It adds such a polished professional touch, and I love how subtly it catches the light without distracting from the rest of the design. Well, initially I had planned to keep things really simple with just the sentiment and the banners on the panel. But once I saw everything coming together, I felt like this design needed just a little bit more energy and movement to really bring that carnival scene to life. So at first, I thought I would use some of that confetti style stamping and add it across the whole panel, but I was not very happy with that design and I thought it wouldn't match with my theme. So I ended up going with these beautiful firework like burst images instead. They felt so much more fitting for the playful theme of our card. I used a small stamp block to hold my stamp in place, which made it really easy to position everything. And then I started building up the background using a light bubblegum ink shade. I stamped these larger firework bursts first, spacing them out across the panel so they would create a nice foundation for the background design. Once I placed my banners in position, that's when I felt like it still needed a little something extra. So I decided to go again and add smaller firework details around the larger ones using the same bubblegum ink. It really helped fill in the gaps and create this layered, festive background that ties everything together beautifully without overpowering the focal elements. I even added one of those little firework elements slightly overlapping my embossed sentiment. And that's what's great about heat embossing, that it naturally resists the ink, so you don't have to worry about messing your sentiment or losing that crisp, glossy finish underneath. It stays nice and clean. Once the background was done, I moved on to adding my banners. I placed little foam squares on the back of each of those banners because I really wanted them to pop off the panel and create some dimension. These banners themselves are pretty thin, so you don't have a lot of uh, built in them. But actually, it gives you a lot of flexibility. If you want more height, you could definitely double up on your foam tape or use thicker foam squares. Whatever works best for your style and look you are going for. That little extra lift really helps the banners stand out and adds so much more life to the overall design. Once I had my banners adhered in place, I carefully lifted my panel off the sticky mat. Then, using a little liquid glue, I secured the ends of the black twine directly onto the card front. I like using liquid glue for this step because it gives me a lot more wiggle room to adjust the placement before it sets and holds really well once it dries. After everything was secure, I simply went in and trimmed off any excess twine that was hanging over the edge of the panel. This keeps everything nice and clean and gives the card that polished, finished look without any loose ends distracting from the design. I then added some pink dazzling gems in different sizes to the center of those firework bursts. It instantly brings in that extra bit of shine and sparkle, and it really helps those background elements stand out without overpowering the rest of the design. I love using embellishments like this because they are such a simple touch, but they completely elevate the overall look and feel of the design. It also ties beautifully into the clean and simple carnival scene, just enough sparkle to feel festive and fun while still keeping everything balanced and cohesive. Now that our card front is ready, all that's left to do is assemble it onto a card base. I went ahead and popped up my entire panel using foam tape to give some extra dimension. I love doing this step because it really lifts the whole design off the base and makes all those layered details from the banners to the background stamping feel more dynamic and eye-catching. Once everything was aligned, I carefully pressed it down onto my card base, making sure it was nice and straight and securely adhered. And well, here's a look at the finished card. And that completes our card project. I absolutely loved bringing this playful carnival inspired design to life using the Step Right Up kit. From the dimensional banners, the stamp details, to all those little background elements and sparkle accent, everything came together to create a fun, beautiful card, slightly nostalgic celebration scene. Now, even though the kit itself is no longer available, the great news is that all the individual products used in the project and the products part of the kit can be purchased separately. I'll make sure to leave links to everything in the description box below so you can easily find and recreate your own version of this card. Please note that all of those links will be affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. What if I told you every one of these cards was created using contents from just one kit? If you've been wanting to try card making and you don't know where to start, this is exactly what you've been looking for. The Floral Elegance All-in-One Card Making Kit by Altenew is designed to take the guesswork out of crafting. No experience needed, no extra supplies required. Just open the kit and start creating. Everything is thoughtfully included and perfectly coordinated, so you can skip the overwhelm and jump straight into making some beautiful cards. From your very first card, you'll feel confident, inspired, and honestly a little amazed at what you can create. Whether you're building a set of handmade cards, gifting the kit to someone special, or just enjoying a relaxing creative moment for yourself, this kit makes it effortless. So, if you've ever thought, I wish I could make something like that, now you absolutely can. Let's dive in and create something beautiful together. And stay tuned till the end because I have a surprise guest who will help me create some of these beautiful cards. If you're a beginner and not sure where to start, this kit has you covered. Just scan the QR code on the box to access a step by step instruction guide that walks you through creating each card from start to finish. You don't need any prior crafting experience at all. This kit is thoughtfully designed for complete beginners. Simply follow along and take it one step at a time and enjoy the process of creating something beautiful. Let me walk you through what's inside the kit so you can really see what I mean when I say this is a beginner friendly kit. Now, I have been crafting for almost 6 years and I already have all the supplies. But if you've been watching my videos and you don't have any of those tools, don't worry. This kit has you covered. We are starting off with six A2 size side folding on card bases made from heavyweight cardstock. They are sturdy, high quality, and perfect for layering all those beautiful die cut elements that I'll be showing you later. And of course, you also get six coordinating envelopes with super easy peel and seal closure. Just peel off the strip and your envelope is ready to go. Simple, convenient, and completely beginner approved. Next up, we have three sets of die cut ephemera pieces, and this is where the fun really begins. Each packet includes two sets, so you have everything you need to create six different cuts. First, we have the tiered cake die cut set. Next, we have the African daisy die cut set, which includes 10 floral pieces along with 10 coordinating leaf pieces, giving you plenty to build full dimensional arrangements. And then we have this absolutely gorgeous framed zinnia die cut set, perfect for creating those beautiful layered, elegant focal points with ease. Moving on to the sentiments, you get 25 beautifully pre-made die-cut sentiment pieces. These are crisp white sentiments printed on black cardstock, giving you that bold, high contrast look without any stamping or embossing. And of course, every card needs a little sparkle, so this kit also includes the Gem Sparkle mini sheet. These are adhesive back gems that are super easy to use and add the perfect elegant finishing touch to your cards. Talking about adhesives, this kit has you completely covered. You get foam square sheets with a variety of sizes, all double-sided and ready to use. These are slightly on the thicker side, about 3 millimeters, so they add a beautiful dimensional pop to your elements and really help your design stand out from the card. And to finish it off, you also get a liquid glue bottle with a fine tip, making it super easy to apply glue even in those tiny intricate areas. The bottle design is very beginner friendly, giving you better control and a mess free experience while assembling your card. So that's everything included in the kit, and as you can see, it truly has everything you need to get started. Now, without wasting any time, let's dive right in and start creating some beautiful cards together. I'm going to start with a birthday card using the tiered cake die cut pieces. Now, the way I like to work with these is by laying out all the pieces first so I can visually see how everything comes together. It really helps me plan the design before committing with the adhesive. Once I'm happy with the arrangement, I start assembling, stacking each layer over one another to build the beautiful dimensional tiered birthday cake. This process is actually very simple. All you're doing is piecing everything together. And if at any point you're unsure where those pieces go, you can always refer back to the step by step guide available on the Altenew website. For this card, I decided to keep it nice and flat. So instead of using foam tape between the layers or even behind the main image, I adhered everything down using liquid glue that comes in the kit, making it easy to line things up and keep the design clean and seamless. I decided to place my cake right in the center of one of the card bases and added the happy birthday sentiment strip just below it. I adhered both these pieces using liquid glue from the kit, which made it really easy to position everything perfectly. To finish it off, I added a few of those gem sparkles on either side of the cake, and just like that, this card is done. This honestly took me about 5 to 10 minutes to create, and I love how stunning and sparkly it turned out. It fits perfectly with my clean and simple card making style as well. And that's all it took. No extra supplies from my crafty stash at all. Everything you see here came straight from the Floral Elegance all in one card making kit. And of course, don't forget the beautifully coordinating envelope that comes with it. It really completes the whole project and makes it ready to gift right away. Moving on to card number 2, I'm using the African Daisy die cut set. Just like we did with the cake, I started by layering out all the pieces so I could see how everything comes together. I decided to go with that beautiful purple color floral piece. Now, if you've watched my videos before, you know how much I love using the keyhole mechanism to assemble layered die cut pieces, and it's the same here as well. This is especially helpful for beginners because it takes away that overwhelming feeling when you're working with multiple pieces. Altenew has made it super easy by adding a keyhole in the center of each of those layers, along with the numbers, so you can perfectly align each piece. I simply add tiny dabs of glue to the floral center around the keyhole and stacked each layer over one another, finishing it off with the floral center that neatly covers everything and gives you a seamless look. I absolutely love the coloring on these layers. You get that beautiful blend of light and dark purples, which adds so much dimension even though everything is adhered flat. It really gives you that elevated, almost expert level floral look while still being completely beginner friendly. And that's something I truly appreciate about this kit. Now, before adhering my flower on the card base, I tucked the leaves underneath so that I could get the position just right. Then I used the 3 mm foam tape on my flower, which would give it that extra dimension, and then slid the leaves underneath, securing them with liquid glue. For my sentiment, I chose I appreciate you and I placed it partially over the flower. Now, since the flower is raised, I added foam tape to the other end of the sentiment strip, the part that's not touching the flower. Now, this strip also comes from the same adhesive strips that was part of the kit. Now, to finish it off, I added a few gemstones around the floral focal point image for a bit of sparkle. Now, normally on a regular project, I might have added some black watercolor splatters, but honestly, this clean and simple design looks absolutely stunning just as it is, and sometimes less really is more. And just like that, our second card is complete in no time. I'm going to set aside the orange flower because we have a special guest who will be creating a card with that one. So don't miss the second half of this video where our guest will be making three more cards for you. Now, moving on to our third card, I will be using the beautiful framed zinnia set. This time, I wanted to try something a little bit different. Instead of layering everything flat, I decided to add some dimension by curling the petals. And the best part, you don't need any fancy tool for this. Just a simple pen is enough to gently curl your petals or leaves. It's such an easy trick that adds a whole new level of dimension to your florals. You can really see the difference between the flat layer and those gently curled petals. I absolutely love the instant dimension it adds. Just like the African daisies, the zinnias also feature that helpful keyhole mechanism with the numberings, making it so easy to layer everything perfectly, even for beginners. Once my flower was fully assembled, I moved on to putting the card together. I started by placing the frame right in the center of my card base and then built my arrangement by layering the leaves and the zinnia towards the lower left hand corner for a nice balanced composition. Since the petals are already curled, the flower has plenty of natural dimension along with that beautiful inked blended look. So I went ahead and adhered it directly onto the card base using liquid glue without adding any foam tape. For my sentiment, I chose Just for You and placed it diagonally opposite to my floral piece. And to finish it off, I added those beautiful sparkle gems onto the frame for that touch of shine. How easy were these cards to create? I spent, well, say less than 30 minutes putting all three of them together, and I absolutely love how beautiful they turned out. And the best part, I didn't use a single supply from my crafty stash. Well, except for the pen that I used to curl those zinnia petals. Let me know in the comments below which one is your favorite from this set. I honestly cannot pick a favorite. All three turned out so beautiful. The florals look incredibly realistic, the cake has that gorgeous shine and sparkle, and those little gem details really bring everything together. These cards may be beginner friendly, but they definitely looked so professional and polished. And I truly feel a kit like this can give such a confident boost to anyone just starting out in card making. That being said, I'm so excited to introduce our special guest for today. Now, he didn't exactly craft alongside me. I used the setup first and then he stepped right in. But this is someone very close to my heart, my IT guy, the one who helps me with all my video uploads and anything tech related. My absolutely wonderful husband. He decided to join me in this video and created three beautiful cards using the exact same kit but with his own unique style and personal touch. And I just love how differently he approached each of those designs. Now, I wouldn't call him a complete non crafter. He actually does some really beautiful sketches and drawings, but this was his very first time working with die cut pieces like these. Watching him go through the process was honestly so fascinating. Thinking about where to place the focal point, deciding how the sentiment should sit on the card, and even talking to himself while figuring out how to rearrange those sparkle gems around the florals. It was such a genuine, unfiltered creative moment. You'll notice little things like him pointing at elements, giving a thumbs up, or pausing midway. That was all part of his process of thinking things through, and it made the whole experience even more special to watch. He followed the same order as I did, starting with the cake, then moving on to the African daisies, and finally creating a card with beautiful framed zinnias. And even though we use the same exact supplies, you'll see how each of his cards has its own personality and charm. He did compare both the cards in the end of each of his cards. He showed his card and then mine. And then he was like, okay, mine looks better or yours. But I am so happy with how beautiful his cards turned out. I'm truly having the best time just sitting back and watching him craft. It felt so special to see him step into my crafty world, even if it was just for about 40 minutes. and create something so unique and heartfelt. Honestly, this was such a dream come true moment for me, and I cannot wait for y'all to see what he made in the very end, where, yes, he does flaunt all his beautiful cards and creations. From using simple techniques like adding tiny dots of liquid glue, just enough so there's no excess squeezing out, to even picking up tricks like using reverse tweezers to hold these small pieces in place, he did such an amazing job assembling all these three cards. It was honestly so impressive to watch how quickly he picked things up and applied them so naturally. It truly shows how beginner friendly and, well, beginner approved this kit is. Like I mentioned, he took about 40 minutes to create three complete cards, which really speaks to how easy and intuitive these designs are to layer and put together, even for someone who's completely new to card making. Whether it was the layered cake or the more intricate floral arrangements with that helpful keyhole mechanism, piecing everything together from this kit was truly a dream even for him. I especially love how he used the gems on each card. He really took his time placing them and adding his own little creative touch to every design. I will say he did have a tiny bit of trouble at first peeling off the backing from the adhesive gems, but once he got the hang of it, it was smooth sailing from there. Well, I'm adding some music here so you can simply sit back, relax, and enjoy the full card making process as a beginner creates these projects step by step. And here's a look at the three cards that he created. And now tell me, would you really say he's a beginner at card making? And with that, we've created six beautiful cards using just one kit, three by me and three by my husband. And I think that really says it all. This floral elegance kit truly takes the stress out of card making and replaces it with pure joy and creativity. Whether you are a complete beginner or someone looking for a quick, satisfying project, this kit makes it so easy to create something that looks polished and professional. I love how each card turned out, and even more, I love how this kit brings confidence to anyone who picks it up. So, if you've been thinking about starting your card making journey, this is such a perfect place to begin. I will have link to the kit and some other details listed in the description box below. Please note that the link is an affiliate link, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. Ever wished a birthday card could come with popcorn, cotton candy, and a trip to the carnival? Well, that's exactly what we are creating today. This fun birthday card is a little outside my comfort zone because not only is it packed with sweet carnival vibes, but it also doubles as a gift card holder, making it perfect for movie lovers, popcorn enthusiasts, and anyone who enjoys a sweet treat on their special day. Hello, crafty friends. I'm Revati, and welcome to my crafty space. Today, I'll be creating this playful birthday card using supplies from the Simon Says Stamp June Card Kit. So grab your favorite crafty drink and let's get started. Now, I know Simon Says Stamp has already released their July card kit, but we are still having fun with this June kit over here. I've already shared an unboxing video along with a card project featuring this kit and also hosted a live video where I created a fun popcorn theme card. If you've missed any of those videos, be sure to check them out. I'll have links to all of those videos in the description box below. For today's video, we are taking things up a notch and creating an interactive birthday card where I'll be using the ephemera slots die to create some custom slots that will hold a gift card along with a few tickets from the Tim Holtz ticket book collection. It's a fun way to turn a handmade card into a special gift, and I cannot wait to show you how everything comes together. For this project, I'm stepping away from my usual clean and simple style and leaning into the fun elements included in the kit. We'll be using some of the beautiful pattern papers along with the vintage style tickets to really bring the carnival theme to life. As I was putting this card together, it brought back so many childhood memories. Growing up, my dad would often take me to the local carnivals, and one of the biggest attractions was always the giant Ferris wheels. Now, here's the funny part. Well, I was absolutely terrified of height. But despite being scared every single time, I still wanted to ride the Ferris wheel whenever we went. There's just something so magical about seeing all the beautiful, colorful lights up from above and being part of the excitement. So, this card ended up being a little nostalgic for me, capturing all those fun carnival memories while creating a special way to give someone a movie night or a birthday treat. I started by trimming this gorgeous pattern paper panel to 5 by 3 3/4 inches. To create an interactive element, I'll be using the ephemera slots die to cut a series of slots into the panel. When positioning the die, I placed it slightly towards the lower half of the panel. This gives me plenty of room at the top for the gift card, which will sit in the uppermost slot. Taking a moment to plan the placement of these slots helps ensure there's enough space for all the elements while still allowing the beautiful pattern paper to shine through. Once the die cutting was done, you can see that these slots are surprisingly big enough. They are wide enough to hold small die cut pieces, decorative tickets, and even a standard gift card, making them perfect for creating the interactive design. Now, originally, I had planned to mount this panel onto a white card base to keep things simple, but as I started assembling the card, I realized this project was calling for something a little more bolder. Since we are embracing the colorful carnival theme, I decided to switch things up and use a bright red card base instead. The red really helps bring out the color in the pattern paper and adds to the festive feel of the card. Before adhering the panel to my card base, I added foam tape behind the entire slot panel. Now, this little bit of dimension creates enough space for the tickets and the gift card to slide in and out of the slots with ease. Without that extra lift, the pieces would sit too tightly against the card base and it'll be difficult to remove them. The foam tape creates just the right amount of clearance while also adding a nice layer of dimension to the finished card. After that, I carefully adhere the panel onto my red card base, and you can already see the interactive element come to life. The tickets and the gift cards slide in and out of the slots so smoothly, making this a fun card to create and receive. Now, if interactive cards aren't your thing, you could absolutely adhere the tickets permanently to the panel and turn this into a standard card design. In fact, that's pretty much what you'll see me doing with most of the tickets towards the end of the project. However, I intentionally left the topmost slot empty because that's where our gift card will live. Unlike the other elements, the gift card won't be adhered down, allowing it to slide in and out easily whenever the recipient is ready to use it. I love that this design gives you the flexibility to combine decorative elements with a practical gift in all in one card. Now, before adhering those tickets in place, I wanted to bring in a few fun elements to really sell the carnival theme. After all, what's a carnival without popcorn and cotton candy? So I reached for the adorable 3D popcorn die included in the kit and created my own little popcorn box. I also went ahead and die cut the individual popcorn pieces several times so that I had plenty to work with. My plan was to scatter them throughout the design and really fill the card with those playful carnival details. I also die cut the cone for the cotton candy. Well, at that time, I didn't realize that the cardstock wasn't the best choice for this particular piece. You'll see me trying to shape the cone using a thicker cardstock that I originally cut out. And, well, let's just say it was a bit of a struggle. Eventually, I switched to thinner white paper that was included in the kit. It's almost like printer paper, and that worked so much more better. The thinner paper rolled into a cone effortlessly and gave me a much cleaner result. Sometimes those little trial and error moments are all part of the creative process. Like always, I prefer to die cut my pieces from white cardstock first so that I can customize the colors later and match them perfectly for my project. For the popcorn box, I added some classic red stripes, and for the cotton candy cone, I went for a fun purple polka dot pattern. Those little details really help reinforce the carnival theme and make the elements feel a little more playful. Now, one thing I really like about this popcorn die is it has score lines etched right into the die cut piece. That makes assembly super easy. Simply fold along those lines and form the box shape and using a little liquid glue, you can secure the edges. Now for the cotton candy cone, once I switched to the thinner paper, all I had to do is roll it into that cone shape and secure the seam with a little bit of liquid glue. It came together much more easily and created the perfect little cone for our cotton candy embellishment. To give the glue a chance to set, I held the cone in place with my reverse tweezers for a moment while we moved on to the next step, which is the popcorn pieces. Now, I placed all the little die cut popcorn pieces onto my sticky mat and bought in some of that scattered straw distress oxide ink. This ink was also included in the kit. Now, rather than trying to color each piece perfectly, I simply added a light touch of yellow here and there. I wasn't aiming for complete coverage. In fact, the randomness is what makes it more realistic. Leaving some areas white while adding soft yellow shading creates a beautiful color gradient that mimics the natural look of freshly popped popcorn. It's a quick and easy way to add dimension and interest without spending a lot of time on coloring each individual piece. Now comes the fun part. Well, I decided to add some fluff to my popcorn using the new Heat and Fluff medium. Now, this little bottle contains a special fluffy paint that can be easily squeezed directly onto those little popcorn pieces. Once applied, you simply use your heat tool while the paint is still wet. As it heats up, it reacts with the heat and puffs up, almost like real popcorn, creating this amazing dimensional and textured effect that really brings the whole element to life. Now, what I did here is I went ahead and added a little bit of that medium onto each of my popcorns, and I kind of made it a little quick so that none of that paint has a chance to dry, and brought in my heat tool to heat up all of that fluff. Now, I absolutely love this product because it adds such a unique detail to your projects. It's such a creative way to enhance the popcorn, and it's also incredibly versatile. You could use it for fluffy bunny tails, soft clouds, snowy accents, or even whimsical texture on all your mixed media projects. It's one of those products that instantly opens up so many fun possibilities. Just to clarify, the puff does not really harden. Instead, it sets into a soft, spongy, almost marshmallow like texture that stays slightly plush even after heat setting it. Once everything was fully heat set and cooled down, I brought all the pieces back to my sticky mat. To help balance the white of the puffed areas, I went back with the same scattered straw distress oxide ink. This helped tone down the white and tie everything together with that soft yellow popcorn tones we created earlier, giving it a more cohesive and natural look. Now, all that's left is to bring our little popcorn box to life by assembling all the little pieces. To start, I adhered the base piece inside the popcorn box using small foam squares to give it a bit of lift and dimension. Then I added a touch of glue along the edge of that base piece to help secure everything in place. Next, I began layering the popcorn pieces. Some I adhered directly onto the base, while others I popped using foam tape to create variation and extra dimension. I even placed a few popcorn pieces slightly outside the box to enhance that playful three-dimensional effect and make it feel like the popcorn is overflowing. Finally, I added the small accessory detail on the popcorn box and finished it off with a little popcorn piece right at the center for that perfect finishing touch. I absolutely love how cute and adorable it turned out. Now that our popcorn box is complete, it's time to move on to the cotton candy. Now, included in the kit are these fluffy cotton materials in pink and blue. Now, this is what I'll be using to build our cotton candy element. Now, these fluffs are really big in size, so you can simply pull out as much as you need and adhere it onto your cone using liquid glue or even hot glue. Now, to help everything stay in place, I use the back of my paintbrush to gently press and push the fluff into the cone, making sure it fills out the shape nicely and holds securely. Now, it's such a simple step, but it really brings that soft, whimsical cotton candy look to life and ties perfectly into our carnival theme. Now, initially, I had planned on using just the blue fluff, but later on decided that I will also bring in that little pink detail on our card, which I thought was absolutely adorable. With all our main elements ready, it's time to bring the card together. I started by temporarily placing the gift card and few tickets into the first two slots. This helped me figure out the best positioning for the popcorn box and the cotton candy so that everything feels balanced on the panel. Once I was happy with the placement, I went in with liquid glue and adhered both the popcorn box and the cotton candy in place. Securing these larger elements first really helps anchor the design and gives you a clear focal point for the rest of the interactive details to build around it. Then came what I felt was the most challenging part of this entire design was deciding which ticket to place into each of those slots. Now, honestly, this isn't a product that I would normally reach out for in my card making style, but it definitely pushed me out of my comfort zone in the best way. I'm actually really surprised and happy with how everything came together. The Tim Holtz ticket stares out so easily from the book, which made the process so much more simpler. I just slipped each ticket into the slots and added a tiny bit of liquid glue at the back to lightly secure them in place. That said, you could absolutely skip the glue step if you want to keep it fully interactive. This way, the recipient can not only slide out the gift card but also pull out the tickets themselves, making the whole design even more fun and engaging. You will see me go back and forth with the tickets, trying to figure out which colors or designs work well within the slots and how they balance with the overall carnival theme. Now, once I was happy with the arrangement, I then finally added the gift card onto the top slot. And well, I have to say, I absolutely love how this card turned out. The mix of interactive elements, playful details, and nostalgic carnival vibe really brought the whole design together in such a beautiful way. Next, I stamped my sentiment that reads "Sweet, fluffy birthday wishes" onto one of the tickets using black pigment ink and then heat embossed it with clear embossing powder. This gives the sentiment a crisp, slightly raised finish, which really stands out. To enhance that vintage carnival feel, I also added a bit of brown ink blending around the edges of the ticket to distress it slightly and bring out that aged, nostalgic vibe. I adhered the sentiment strip using liquid glue, and then to finish off the card, I adhered the remaining popcorn pieces around the tickets and the popcorn box, filling in the design and trying all the elements together. These final touches really help bring movement and balance to the overall composition. Let me know in the comments below what was your favorite part of going to the carnival. Was it the big adventurous rides that made your heart race, or was it all the classic carnival food that you couldn't wait to grab? I'd love to hear your memories and favorites. Once all the popcorn pieces were in place, our card was complete. I absolutely love how everything came together: the interactive slots, the playful carnival elements, and all the little dimensional details that make this design feel so fun and nostalgic. It was such a joy building this scene, and I hope it inspires you to try creating your own interactive cards as well. Now, I'll be sure to link all the supplies down in the description box below. Please know that all of those supplies and links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. Have a stash of metallic or sparkly cardstock sitting in your craft room and have no idea how to use it? Well, today I'm sharing one of my favorite techniques that transforms those specialty papers into gorgeous dimensional accents with almost no effort. Whether you love clean and simple cards or enjoy creating bright, colorful designs, this technique works beautifully for both styles. It adds just the right amount of shine and texture without overwhelming your card design, and it's also fantastic to use up those metallic and glitter cardstock scraps you have been saving. Plus, be sure to stick around until the very end of the video because I have a fun giveaway to share with you. Hello crafty friends, I'm Revati and welcome back to my channel. Let's get crafting. For today's project, I'll be working with the beautiful arabesque medallion set from Altenew. This is a large 6 by 8 stamp set that coordinates perfectly with matching stencils, a 3D embossing folder, and coordinating dies. Now, one of my favorite elements in this set is that absolutely stunning oversized medallion image. It's incredibly versatile and works beautifully either as a bold focal point or an elegant background element for your cards. The stamp set also includes four large sentiment stamps. We have thanks, congrats, for you, and celebrate, along with several coordinating sub sentiments, making it easy to create cards for celebration, gratitude, and everyday occasions. Now, this entire collection is thoughtfully designed to work together. The coordinating layering stencils make it simple to add beautiful color, while we also have a 3D embossing folder that brings that amazing texture and dimension to the design. And of course, we have the coordinating die that cuts out the intricate medallion and the large sentiments perfectly. For today's card, I'll be incorporating all four products to create a project that showcases how beautifully this collection works together. Now, please note that you can buy these products individually or as a complete bundle. I will leave a links to all those in the description box below. I'll start by die cutting the large medallion from a piece of white cardstock. Now, this one is a 80-pound cardstock that I'm using. One thing to note is that the image is actually a little larger than your standard A2 size card front, so you won't be able to fit it onto your A2 card. However, if you work with 5 by 7 cards, this would fit beautifully, or you could even use the full design as a decorative piece and frame it instead. Now, once I had the medallion die cut, I placed it into my stamp wheel and lined up the coordinating stamp directly over the die cut piece. I then stamped the image using a clear embossing ink and heat embossed it with gold embossing powder. Now, this order of first die cutting and then stamping is just my preferred way of working. You could absolutely stamp the image first and then die cut it afterwards. Both methods work perfectly fine. I simply find it easier to align everything when I start with the die cutting piece first. I carefully lifted the die cut piece and moved it over to a sheet of printer paper. Now, this makes it easy to catch any excess embossing powder and funnel it right back into the container afterwards. Now, once I had everything in place, I generously sprinkled gold embossing powder over the entire design. The clear embossing ink grabs onto all of that powder, revealing that beautiful detail of our stamped image. Once I was happy with the coverage, I tapped off the excess powder and then heat set everything with my heat tool until the powder was melted into a soft, shiny gold finish. Since this is a fairly large image, I like to let my heat tool warm up completely before bringing it anywhere near the cardstock. That way, the embossing powder melts much more quickly, reducing the amount of heat exposure to the paper. As I'm heat setting the powder, I also make sure to keep the heat tool moving continuously across the surface. This helps minimize any warping and keeps the medallion looking nice and flat. Now, this is actually one of the main reasons I prefer to die cut first and then stamp and heat emboss afterwards. With larger images like this one, there's always a chance that the cardstock may warp slightly during the first embossing process. By die cutting first, I don't have to worry about trying to line up the die over the warped image later on. I know my die cut is already perfectly aligned to the stamp design, making the entire process a little less stressful and much more accurate. Once all of the embossing powder had completely melted, I set the piece aside for a few seconds to cool down. After that, I transferred it onto my ultra sticky mat where we will be doing some fun ink blending. Now, this collection includes 3-layer stencil set that adds beautiful depth and dimension to the medallion design. Each layer builds upon the previous one, creating a gorgeous, detailed look with very little effort. Now, since we have 3 separate stencil layers to work with, I decided to have a little fun with colors. I reached out for one of my all time favorite color combinations, pinks and oranges. It's been quite some time that I've used this color combination. Now, these vibrant, warm shades blend beautifully together and really help highlight all of that intricate details in the medallion design. As I work through each single layer, stencil layer, you'll start to see the design come to life as the colors build and the beautiful embossed details peek through. For the orange tones, I'm using Mandarin Burst and Tangerine Dream, and for the pinks, I chose Fuchsia and Magenta. Now, these colors blend beautifully together and create a bold and vibrant look that's perfect for highlighting all those details in this intricate design. One of the things I love the most about the stencil is how versatile it is. You can really make it your own by experimenting with different color combinations. I'm keeping it fairly simple with just two-toned pink and orange palette, but you could easily create a stunning monochromatic design using varying shades of a single color. And well, if you're feeling a little more adventurous, this medallion would look absolutely gorgeous in a rainbow color scheme. With all of the individual sections created by the stencil layers, it's perfect design for playing with lots of colors and creating something truly eye-catching. You could definitely use your pastes or other mediums as well. For the first stencil layer, I started with the pink tones. I applied lighter shade all over the open areas in the stencil and then went back in with the darker pink, concentrating the color at the base of each of those design elements. This simple bit of shading adds that extra depth and helps bring out all the beautiful details. For the second stencil layer, I followed the same exact process, this time using my orange shades. I first blended on the lighter orange and then deepened the areas closest to the base of the design with the darker orange for that added dimension. When it came to the third and the final stencil, I decided to combine both the color families. I applied orange shades around the outer portions of the stencil and then gradually introduced pinks as I worked my way towards the center. Blending the two colors together created a beautiful transition and tied the entire design together while drawing the eye right into the center of the medallion. Just take a look at that finished medallion. I love how the pinks and oranges work together. The vibrant colors create such a beautiful contrast against the gold embossed details, making every part of the design stand out. At this point, you could absolutely use the medallion as is. The ink blending and the gold embossing already create a beautiful finished look. But I decided to add even more dimension with the 3D embossing folder. Now, there are a couple of ways to place your die cut piece into the embossing folder. The first option is place the embossing folder on your work surface with the label facing towards you. Open the folder and position your die cut medallion inside with the colored side facing up towards you. This placement will give you one version of the embossed design, and this is a great way to enhance all that beautiful details we've already created with the stencils and the embossing powder. The second option is to flip your embossing folder over so that the label is facing downwards. Now, once you do that, open it up and place your die cut piece inside the folder with the colored side facing down into the folder. Personally, I find this method much more easier because it's almost like puzzle piecing the design into the raised wells of the embossing folder. Now, you can clearly see where each section fits, which makes alignment a lot more intuitive, especially with intricate designs like this one. Once everything is nestled into place, you're ready to run it through your die cutting machine for that extra layer of beautiful 3D texture. I absolutely love how this design looks against the white cardstock. It really lets all those beautiful details shine. You could definitely use the entire piece as is on your card base and simply trim off any of that excess that hangs off the edge for a clean, dramatic look. But I wanted to add a little extra interest to this design, so I went ahead and trimmed the die cut piece into two separate sections. This gives me more flexibility when it comes to a composition and lets me play around with the layering and placement on our card front, adding even more visual interest to the final card design. Now, since this medallion is such a strong geometric structure, it was really easy to trim it into two equal halves using my paper trimmer. The clean lines make it simple to divide without losing any of the design integrity. From here, there are so many creative ways you can piece these together. You could layer them onto your card bases in different orientations, create fun interactive flaps, or even place both halves along the longer or the shorter edge of your card panel for the dynamic layout. Another great option is to stretch your supplies even further by turning this into two separate cards using one half for each design. It's a great way to maximize a single die cut while still creating multiple finished projects. Since we've already built up so much beautiful color and detail on this piece, I wanted to add even more texture to really enhance that dimension. One of the easiest way to do that is by creating a shadow layer behind your main focal point image. For this, I simply die cut the same medallion shape again, but this time using black cardstock, or well, any dark color cardstock would work. The dark layer will help everything pop and give the design more depth and dimension. Just like we did with the ink blended piece, I also trimmed the black cardstock medallion into two equal halves. This keeps everything consistent and makes it easy to layer behind our colored panels for that perfectly aligned shadow effect. Now, if you align the black layer perfectly behind the colored piece, you won't really get that shadow effect. The key to making this technique work is a slight intentional misalignment. You don't want too much of that black cardstock showing, just the smallest offset is enough to create that beautiful shadowed edge and add instant depth to your design. To assemble it, I applied liquid glue to both of the black die cut halves and carefully adhered my ink blended pieces on top. As I placed them down, I shifted them slightly forward so that the subtle hint of black peeks out from underneath. This simple step adds that beautiful medallion shadow effect and gives the entire design a polished and dimensional look. I do prefer using liquid glue here because it gives you just that little bit of wiggle room. That extra open time makes it so much more easier to adjust your die cut piece and get everything aligned or well misaligned just right. You can gently nudge the layers into place until you see that perfect subtle hint of shadow peeking through behind your beautiful ink blended focal point image. It's a small detail, but it really makes a big difference in adding depth and dimension to the finished design. Now I'm using a white piece of cardstock here just to make sure that I can see all that alignment correctly and control that slight offset we are aiming for because my background here, my glass mat is black. That little bit of contrast really helps me precisely position the layer so I can ensure that perfect amount of shadow is showing through behind that beautifully ink blended focal point image. At this point, I was absolutely loving how this card was coming together. The combination of the pink, orange, and gold on the focal point, along with that subtle hint of black shadow peeking through, really gave it so much depth and dimension. Initially, I had planned on adhering the entire assembly directly onto that simple white card panel, but then I decided to add a little more interest by bringing in some cool tones in the background. For this, I'm using Pool and Mystic Lake, which are two beautiful shades of teals, and softly blended them around the edges of my card panel. This created a gorgeous halo like effect that frames the design while still keeping the center almost white, allowing the medallion to remain the true focal point of our card. The mix of the cool tones in the background against the warm pinks and oranges in the focal point creates such a beautiful contrast, and I'm absolutely in love with how it turned out. It really makes the medallion pop even more while still keeping the overall design soft and balanced. I also think greens would look absolutely stunning in the background for that fresh, nature inspired variation for this card. Let me know in the comments below what other color combinations would you try with a design like this. I'd love to hear your ideas as well. I went back and forth with both the shades and also bought in the darker Mystic Lake shade, focusing it just along the outer edges of the panel. This helps deepen the background and creates a soft ombre effect that naturally draws your eyes towards the center of the card. That gradual fade from deep teal at the edges to the lighter center really enhances the focal point and adds another layer of dimension without overpowering the medallion design. Next, I wanted to bring in a bit of sparkle and extra texture, so I added some splatters to the background panel. I used both jet black and antique gold splatters to tie everything together. The black splatter adds a subtle contrast and echoes the shadow effect from the medallion, while the gold splatter brings that beautiful metallic shine that complements the embossed focal point perfectly. These little details really help unify the entire design and add that final touch of interest without overwhelming the card. While my splatters were drying, I went ahead and stamped my sentiment that says for you onto a piece of black cardstock. To keep everything cohesive with the focal point, I used the same gold embossing powder and heat embossed the sentiment. But make sure to stay tuned until the end of the video because I'll be using something completely different for the final sentiment and you'll definitely don't want to miss that. Now for the fun part, where we will be using the metallic cardstocks to add a subtle hint of shine and beautiful dimension to our project. Now, as much as I love adding metallic splatters and sequins on my card, I'll be honest, I often find metallic cardstocks a little bit intimidating to use, especially as main focal point or even as simple sentiment strips. It can feel a bit bold and overpowering at first. So the technique that I'm sharing today is one that not only helps me actually use up those gorgeous metallic sheets, but also makes them feel much more approachable and less overwhelming than you might expect. It's a simple way to bring in shine while still keeping your design balanced and elegant. All we are doing is creating a shadow layer using the metallic cardstock, just like we did earlier with the black cardstock. So I went ahead and die cut a layer of both my sentiment and the medallion using this brushed rose metallic cardstock. Then I layered each of those behind the sentiment and the two medallion halves that we created earlier. So our sentiment is that beautiful black piece with the brush rose metallic cardstock and our main focal point image, which is the medallion. It has multiple beautiful layers. We have the vibrant ink blended front, followed by a bold black shadow, and finally a subtle hint of shine from the brush rose metallic cardstock peeking through. It just adds the right amount of metallic glow while still keeping the focus on that colorful dimensional medallion design. If you really want to go bold, you could absolutely just die cut the metallic cardstock and run it through the embossing folder to create that full high impact metallic focal point. That would give you a very rich statement style design. But this technique is all about restraint and balance. Just a subtle hint of shine instead. It lets the metallic peek through without overpowering the rest of the design, while still adding that beautiful touch of elegance and dimension. And honestly, this approach matches my card making style perfectly. I love designs that feel layered, dimensional, and a little bit luxurious, but still clean and not overwhelming. While I'm adhering this metallic card panel onto our beautiful medallion, I will talk a little about the giveaway that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. I have a special offer for you guys, so you can get this beautiful brushed rose metallic cardstock for free on orders above $99. All you have to do is use the code Revati Rose at checkout. This offer is valid for the next 2 days only, so make sure you don't miss it. I will have all the links and the giveaway details listed in the description box below, so you can easily check out everything there. Well, coming back to our card, now that all the elements are ready, it's time to bring everything together on our card front. I started by temporarily placing my sentiment in the center of the card panel so I could gauge the placement of the medallion halves on either side. This helps me visualize and balance the design before committing anything down with glue. Once I was happy with the positioning, I added liquid glue to the back of each of the medallion pieces and carefully adhered them onto the panel. I then trimmed off any of that extra edges that were hanging off the edge with a pair of scissors for that clean finished look. Now, since this is 3 layers, I prefer scissors over paper trimmer because that helps me give a cleaner cut, because obviously with 3 different layers of cardstock, this layer is quite thick and you want to be really precise with the cutting. Now, trimming off all the edges really helps everything feel cohesive and grounded on the card while keeping that beautiful symmetry intact. I have to admit, I wasn't completely happy cutting into that beautiful pattern. I really love how it looked as a full medallion. In hindsight, I honestly wish I'd created this a larger 5x7 card so I could have preserved the entire design without trimming anything away. I then adhered my sentiment using foam tape and mounted the entire panel onto a card base. At this point, I thought the card was finished, but once I stepped back and looked at it, it felt as if there was something missing. I wasn't completely happy with the sentiment and how it blended with the overall design, so for the final adjustment, I decided to redo it. I stamped a sentiment onto a piece of white cardstock and then heat embossed it with the gold embossing powder. I then added the same pink and orange color treatment to match our medallion. Just like the focal point image, the sentiment now has the layered look. We have the vibrant pink orange tones on the top, followed by a subtle black shadow. Beneath it all, we have that beautiful brushed rose metallic cardstock peeking through, trying everything together and truly completing the card design. And that completes our card for today. I absolutely love how beautiful the layers, colors, and subtle metallic shine all came together to create this beautiful dimensional medallion design. Now, before you go, don't forget to check out the description box below for the giveaway details and links to all the supplies. Please note that all of those links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. Have you ever wondered if an underwater scene can be both interactive and clean and simple? Well, that's exactly what we are creating today. In today's video, I'll be bringing some deep blue underwater goodness to life with a clean and simple shaker card featuring beautiful corals, playful little fish, and sparkling sequences that mimic bubbles beneath the ocean waves. This project is part of the Altenews video hop celebrating the theme Something Blue. Be sure to check out the entire hop for plenty of creative inspiration from talented designers who have each shared their own unique take on this blue theme. And don't forget about the giveaway. Altenew is offering prizes, and all you need to do for a chance to win is leave a comment on each video in the hotline. I'll have all the details linked in the description box below. Now, let's dive right in and start creating. I'll be using 2 new products from the June release for today's card. Now, the first one is the Coral Arch die set, which we will use to create the focal point of our shaker window, and for the background inside the shaker, I'll be using the Undersea Jambori stencil. Now, I'll begin by working on the window using this beautiful Coral Arch die set. This set features two dies, and the window itself, it's a 2-inch arch that cuts beautiful coral and seaweed details, making it incredibly versatile. It works wonderfully just as a focal point or a background element, or as we are doing today, a decorative shaker window. Now, the set also includes three little fish dies that are perfect for completing your underwater scene. They add a sense of movement and bring that extra life and personality to any ocean inspired projects. To begin, I am positioning the arch window right in the center of a white cardstock panel. This panel measures 4 by 5 1/4 inches, making it slightly smaller than a standard A2 size cut front. Now, to help with the placement, I used a T-square ruler to align the die as accurately as possible and made sure everything was nice and straight before committing to the cutting. Now, once I was happy with the positioning, I secured the die in place with a bit of a washi tape and ran the entire assembly through my die cutting machine. I absolutely love the delicate, intricate details this die creates. The coral and seaweed elements cut beautifully and adds so much more interest to the design. If you're using a thicker cardstock and notice that some of the finer details don't cut all the way through, an easy fix is to add an extra piece of cardstock as a shim. That little bit of extra pressure can make all the difference when die cutting intricate dies or designs like this one. Now, once the panel was cut, I used my pokey tool to remove any of that small leftover pieces from the die cut openings. This only takes a minute and really helps bring out all those gorgeous details in the design. Before I start working on the shaker window and all the decorative elements, I always like to stamp my sentiment first. It's one of those little habits that has saved me more than once. Now, if I don't like the placement or something goes wrong during stamping, I can simply grab a fresh panel and start over without having invested too much time into the project. Now, for this card, I chose a sentiment that says "Sending Oceans of Love" from the Craft Your Life project kit Coral Reef Wonders. I thought it was perfect. It was a perfect complement to our underwater theme and tied the entire design together beautifully. I stamped the sentiment using a black pigment ink and then added a layer of clear embossing powder. Once heat set, it creates a beautiful glossy finish that adds just a touch of shine and elegance while still maintaining the clean and simple look of the card. With the sentiment in place, it was time to bring in some beautiful shades of blue and start adding color to our arch die cut. Now, since the theme of this hop is something blue, I really wanted the color palette to be the star of the show. An underwater scene naturally lends itself to blue, and I thought an ombre blend would be the perfect way to add depth and visual interest to this otherwise intricate design. To create that gradual transition of color, I selected a few shades of blue ranging from the lightest to the darkest. I started with ocean waves, then moved into dusk, and then deepened the blend with Persian blue. Working from one shade to the next allowed me to create a smooth gradient that flows beautifully across this delicate die cut. The ultra sticky mat holds the die cut in place while I add this beautiful ink blending. Now, one of the things I love about ink blending on detailed die cuts like this one is how the color naturally highlights all of the texture and dimension. As the different shades settle into the intricate coral and seaweed details, they really help define the design and bring those delicate elements to life. As I continued blending, I felt that the piece could use a little more contrast near the bottom, so I reached out for an even darker shade that I had in my stash, and that one's called Riding the Wave. Adding the deeper color at the base helped ground the design and create an illusion of depth, almost like looking into the darker waters of the ocean floor. By the time I was finished, I absolutely loved how this ombre color scheme turned out. The transition from lighter blues to the rich, deep navy tones added so much movement and dimension to the die cut, which perfectly captured the feel of an underwater scene. It's a simple technique, but it makes such a big impact on our finished card. Now that we have our main focal point and sentiments ready, we have completed all of the major elements that will be featured on the front of our shaker. With those pieces aside, it's time to focus on what will sit behind the window and really bring this underwater scene to life. For the background inside the shaker window, I wanted something with a soft ink blending, but also wanted to add plenty of texture and detail. Rather than using a simple blended panel, I decided to pull out the Undersea Jamboree stencil. Now, this one's a three-layer stencil set that creates a beautiful underwater scene filled with corals, seaweeds, and adorable little fishes. It's a perfect backdrop for our shaker window because it adds interest without overwhelming the focal point. I started with a white cardstock panel that was slightly larger than the window opening. This gives me plenty of room to position everything later while ensuring that no white edges peek through around the shaker window. For the first layer of the stencil, which is mainly adding the seaweed elements, I wanted to introduce something bright, fresh color to contrast against the blue that we used in the arch die set. To achieve that look, I blended together fresh leaf and reindeer moss inks. The combination creates a vibrant green with just enough depth and variation to feel that natural while still maintaining that bright, playful underwater vibe. As I worked through the stencil, I focused on creating a smooth blend between the two shades, allowing some of the lighter green to peek through while adding darker greens for dimension. Even with just this layer in place, you can already start to see the underwater scene taking shape, and those beautiful seaweed details immediately add movement and life to the background. Moving on to the stencil layer number two, I started by adding some of the fishes and the coral details that will be visible through the shaker window. Now, this layer is where the underwater scene really begins to come together, adding those fun little elements that help tell a story and create interest behind the focal point element. Now, for the fishes, I wanted a color that would stand out against the greens and blues while still coordinating with the overall palette. So I chose Deep Iris, which is a beautiful, cheerful purple that adds a nice pop of contrast without feeling out of place. The purple fish bring a playful touch to the design and immediately draw the eye. For the coral elements, I reached for Potion Blue, the same shade I used earlier on the arch die cut. Repeating colors throughout a design is one of my favorite ways to create a cohesive look, and using the same blue helps tie the background and the focal point together seamlessly. Finally, I moved on to stencil number three, which adds those tiny bubble details throughout the scene. Since I wanted the bubbles to remain subtle and airy, I used Ocean Waves, which was the lightest shade of blue in the color palette. The soft blue ink creates just enough contrast to make the bubbles visible while keeping them delicate and understated. Once all the three stencil layers were complete, I had a beautiful underwater background filled with seaweed, coral, fishes, and bubbles. The combination of greens, blues, and pops of purple creates a fun ocean inspired scene that adds plenty of interest behind the shaker window while still allowing the focal point to remain the star of the card. To turn this into a shaker card, the next step is to cover the window opening with a piece of clear acetate. This will create the transparent barrier that keeps all of our shaker elements securely inside while still allowing that beautiful underwater scene to show through. I started by adding strips of double-sided tape along the back of the window opening. Now, whenever I'm working with acetate, I almost always reach out for tape instead of liquid glue. Over the years, I found that tape provides a much cleaner and more reliable bond for slick surfaces like acetate or plastic. Liquid glue can sometimes slide around before it dries, and in some cases, it may seep along the edges, leaving visible marks on the acetate. Since acetate is completely transparent, even the smallest smudge can be noticeable on the finished project. Using double-sided tape eliminates that problem entirely. It creates an instant bond, keeps everything neatly in place, and gives a clean professional finish with no drying time required. Once the tape was in place, I simply adhered the acetate sheet over the window opening, making sure it was completely covered and securely attached before moving on to the shaker assembly. Next, I built up my shaker well by adding foam tape around the back of the window. I made sure to keep the foam tape placed very close to the edges of the window opening so that there are no gaps and the shaker elements could slip behind the frame when the card is tilted or held upright. This step really is important because it creates that raised barrier that holds everything in place and gives the shaker its proper depth. Now, before I could remove the backing, I attached my ink-blended coral arch onto the acetate layer. To adhere the die cut piece, I used just a few small dots of liquid glue. The key here is to use minimal amount, just enough to hold the die cut in place without overdoing it. If too much of that glue is applied, it can easily seep through the delicate openings in the die cut, and That'll affect that clean finish of your design. Using the light touch ensures that everything stays secure while still preserving all that intricate detail and keeping the final look clean, crisp, and professional. You could also use spray adhesives, but I find liquid glue a lot more easy to work with, especially for intricate die cuts like these. I will carefully place the arch window in place and then move on to the next step. Once my arch window was in place, I noticed there was an opportunity to reinforce the structure just a little bit more. To ensure that none of the shaker sequence or elements would slip into any undetected spaces, I decided to add a thin extra strip of foam tape behind the window opening. This additional layer acts as a safety barrier essentially around any detailed or intricate areas of the die cut, making sure everything stays nicely contained within the shaker well when the card is tilted or moved. After that, I continued adding foam tape around the entire perimeter of the panel. This step not only secures the structure but also gives the card a solid, even backing. It helps create a well defined shaker space and ensures that the final assembly feels sturdy and well supported once everything is sealed together. Before adding in the shaker elements, I always like to treat the inside edges of the foam tape with a bit of anti-static powder. This is a small but really important step that helps ensure that our sequences in the shaker bits don't cling to the sides of the foam tape once everything is sealed. This creates a slight barrier that reduces static and friction inside the shaker well, allowing the sequence to move freely and flow beautifully. Keeping the blue theme in mind, I reached out for a beautiful shimmering sequin mix. This is the Shimmering Pool Stellar Sequences. Now I stuck to size number 2 and 4 to fill in my shaker window because this is a comparatively smaller window space. Now these smaller sizes will help create a lot more movement. So when the card is tilted, the sequence casts the light differently as compared to how it would to those larger sequences in a small window. Now, another helpful tip that I always follow is before adding the shaker elements, I first remove the backing from the foam tape only when I'm ready to close the window. This simple step helps reduce static and minimizes the chance of the sequences sticking to the exposed adhesive edges. Once all the backing is removed, I carefully poured the sequin mix inside the window, making sure they were evenly distributed across the window so the movement feels balanced and visually pleasing. Now, before sealing the shaker window with that beautifully stenciled background panel, I took a moment to gently wiggle this card front. This helps the sequins settle evenly and ensures that they lie flat within the shaker well, giving a balanced distribution once the card is finished. Then I placed my stenciled background panel over the foam tape to close the window. I aligned it slowly and precisely so that everything matched up perfectly. After placing it down, I pressed it firmly along all the edges, making sure I seal it completely. And well, I absolutely love how this turned out. The movement, the colors, the underwater scene all came together so beautifully in the shaker design. I went ahead and adhered this panel on top of a top folding A2 size card base. I chose a crisp white card base to maintain that clean and simple aesthetic and let the underwater colors really shine. However, you could easily switch things up and use a blue card base as well to echo the tones used in the coral arch and create more of a monochromatic look. Well, once my card base was secured, you remember the three little leaves that were included in the die set? Well, I didn't want to leave them out, so I die cut them from white cardstock and I added soft touches of yellow and orange to each of those. This small bit of coloring helps bring them to life and gives them a playful sunny contrast against the cool blue background. That little pop of warm color really stands out in the finished card design and adds just the right amount of brightness to balance all the ocean inspired tones. I then went ahead and added the three little fishes directly onto the coral arch window. Placing them around the design helps guide the eye across the focal point and add that extra sense of movement, almost as if they are swimming through the underwater scene. For a final finishing touch, I brought in a few more of those same shimmering pool stellar sequin mix and scattered them lightly on either side of the window. This subtle addition ties everything together and enhances the shimmer and sparkle without overpowering the design. And with that final detail in place, the card is complete. The layers, textures, and soft movement all come together to create a clean and simple underwater shaker scene that feels both playful and elegant. And that brings this card project to a close. I absolutely love how this turned out, especially with a beautiful something blue theme running through every layer. Now, from the soft ombre coral arch to that ink blended underwater background and those sparkling sequences that bring everything to life. There's something so calming and magical about working with different shades of blue, and I hope this project inspires you to explore your own ocean inspired creations as well. Don't forget, this project is part of the Alter News video hop, so make sure you hop along, follow all the designers, and leave a comment on each video for a chance to be entered into the giveaway. All the details and the links will be in the description box below, along with links to all the supplies that I used to create this card. Please note that all of these links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. What if I told you that today's project isn't a card at all? Using a brand new die from the Simon Says Stamp's latest China on release, I stepped out of my usual card making comfort zone and created something completely different, a fun display piece featuring some natural elements collected right from my backyard. I love challenging myself to look at my crafting supplies in new ways, and this project was such a creative adventure. So let's dive in and I'll show you exactly how it all came together. For those who are new here, I'm Revati and I create crowd making and paper crafting videos here on my channel. Welcome and let's get started. The star of our project today is the new Flourish Beautiful Butterfly Wafer Die from Simon Says Stamp's latest Shine On release. Now, this die creates a large, elegant butterfly with intricate floral details cut throughout the wings, making it a beautiful focal point for all kinds of paper crafting projects. The set includes three wafer dies, two that create the detailed butterfly wings, and a separate die that cuts out the butterfly body. The delicate floral elements and open areas add so much texture and interest, making it easy to create projects with an elegant dimensional look. As you'll see in today's projects, this die isn't just for cards, it's also perfect for creating unique decorative pieces that can be displayed and enjoyed long after they are made. I'm starting by die cutting the butterfly wings from white cardstock and the butterfly body from craft cardstock. Of course, you could use beautiful colored cardstocks for the wings right from the start, but I personally prefer cutting most of my die cut pieces from white cardstock. This gives me the flexibility to customize the colors exactly the way I want through ink blending and allows me to add multiple shades for more depth and dimension. Using white cardstock as a base also helps me coordinate the colors perfectly with the rest of the project, which is exactly what I'll be doing for this butterfly today. One of the things I love about this die is how versatile it is. There are actually a couple of different ways you can use it. For today's project, I'll be using the entire butterfly as intended with both the wings attached to create a full open-winged butterfly design. But if you'd like a different look, you could also trim the wings apart at the center and use just one side to create the appearance of the butterfly resting with its wings folded together as if you're viewing it from the side. It's a simple modification, but it gives the die a completely different look and opens up even more creative possibilities. With all my die cut pieces ready, I place the butterfly wings onto my sticky mat. This helps keep all of those delicate pieces from shifting around while I'm ink blending and makes it so much more easier to achieve a smooth color transition. For today's butterfly, I wanted a color palette that felt bright, cheerful, and full of energy, so I decided to go with a vibrant combination of yellows and pinks. I started with Zest, blending that beautiful lemon yellow shade right in the center of each of those butterfly wings. Now, since the wings have so much intricate floral details, I used a light hand and slowly built up the color, allowing the yellow to settle in to all those gorgeous die cut areas. Now, once I was happy with the first layer, I brought in citrine to add a little more depth and variation. Rather than covering the entire area yellow, I focused this deeper shade closer to the center of the wings and gradually blended it outward, extending the color to about three quarters of each of those wings. Layering these two yellow tones together creates a much more natural look than using a single color alone and helps give the butterfly a soft glowing effect. Even at this stage, before adding any of that pink tones, I was already loving how bright and sunny the wings were looking. And the combination of zest and citrine creates such a beautiful foundation and really helps establish that vibrant, colorful look I was hoping to achieve for this project. Once I was happy with the yellow portion of the wings, it was time to bring in some pink. For that, I reached for rose, a beautiful, vibrant pink that has become one of my favorite shades in my collection. I absolutely love how well it pairs with the yellows we've already blended onto the wings. I started applying rose along the outer portions of the wings, gradually blending it inward towards the yellow. One of my favorite things about this color combination is how seamlessly the pink and yellow blend together, creating those gorgeous warm transition tones in between. Since this butterfly dye is so delicate and detailed, I chose to do all my ink blending with a mini ink blending brush. I find that smaller brushes give much more control, especially when working around intricate die cut pieces like this one. Using the mini ink blending brush allowed me to slowly build up the color, blending the transition between the yellow and the pink, and reach all of that smaller areas without damaging or bending the delicate die cut pieces. It takes a little more time, but the detailed die cuts like this one, I think that extra control is well worth it. At this point, the butterfly was looking bright, vibrant, and colorful, but I wanted to add a little bit extra depth and dimension to really make those details stand out. So I reached out for a color you might not expect, black. Yes, you heard that right. I bought in a touch of black ink and very light handedly ink blended around the outer edges of the butterfly wings. Now, this definitely is one of those steps where less is more. I used a very light hand, slowly building up the color rather than applying too much at once. The goal wasn't to make the butterfly look dark, but simply to create those subtle shadows along the edges that would help define the shape of the wings. It's amazing to see how a small amount of black can completely transform a piece. By deepening the edges, the bright yellows and pinks appear even more vibrant, while the butterfly itself gains that greater sense of dimension and realism. Those soft shadows help draw your eye towards the center of the wings and really emphasize on all the beautiful floral details cut into the design. This is one of my favorite tricks for adding depth to colorful ink blended projects, and I love the way it gives this butterfly a little extra drama without taking away from the bright and cheerful color palette. I also added the black to the little body pieces that we cut out using craft cardstock. I absolutely love how the ink blending came together. The combination of the bright yellows, vibrant pinks, and those subtle black shadows create so much depth and dimension. And honestly, the butterfly is looking stunning already. Now, with the ink blending complete, it is time to remove the butterfly from the sticky mat. Now, since this is such a delicate piece with lots of intricate details, I like to be extra careful during this step. Now, rather than pulling the butterfly up from the mat, I prefer to gently bend the sticky mat away from the die cut. This allows the butterfly to naturally release from the surface with much less stress on those delicate areas. Now, it may take a few extra seconds, but it's definitely worth the patience. After spending all the time ink blending and adding dimension, the last thing you want is to accidentally tear such a beautiful piece. Even though today's project isn't a card, that doesn't mean we skip the sparkle. Now, if you've watched my videos before, you know I love adding little shine whenever I can. For this project, I decided to use the Tim Holtz Distress Rock Candy Clear Glitter. Now, this was actually the first time I was working with this particular project, so I wasn't entirely sure if I was doing it the right way. But I decided to experiment and see what happens. To apply it, I added a thin layer of liquid glue along the outer edges of the butterfly wings. Now, rather than applying the glue directly from the bottle, I used my finger to gently spread it out into a very thin, even layer. I wanted to avoid any thick spots of adhesive that might cause the chunky glitter to clump together. My goal was to achieve a cleaner, flatter finish while still getting all that beautiful sparkle. Now, while the glue was still wet, I sprinkled the rock candy glitter over the wings, making sure to cover all those glued areas. Then I repeated the same process around the remaining edges of the butterfly until the entire design had that beautiful touch of sparkle. Now, what I love about this particular glitter is that it does not add color. It simply catches the light and creates the most beautiful shine. The chunky sparkle along the edges adds another layer of texture and dimension, and when the butterfly catches the light, it looks absolutely gorgeous. It was the perfect finishing touch to complement all that vibrant ink blending that we added. While I let the butterfly sparkle dry, I moved on to the background, which is the main highlight of this project. Instead of making a card, I decided to frame this piece and create a beautiful decorative display. Well, this is definitely a little outside my comfort zone since I typically stick to clean and simple card making and don't often explore mixed media or dimensional projects like this. But I was really inspired by my dear crafty friend Says, also known as at the rate Mum Says on Instagram. She creates the most beautiful mixed media pieces filled with rich textures and vintage style details. Well, I'm so happy I could take even a small bit of inspiration from her work and bring it into this project. I will leave her Instagram link in the description box below. You definitely need to check out her amazing creations. For this project, I'm working with a small 4 by 4-inch frame that I picked up from my local dollar store. Now, these little frames are actually such a great find for crafting projects like this one, especially when you want to create something decorative without spending way too much. Now, to go along with the frame, I wanted to bring in something a little unexpected and very natural, so I used real moss straight from my backyard. Living in the Pacific Northwest, we are surrounded by lush greenery almost year round, and moss is such a beautiful part of that landscape. It felt really special to bring a small piece of that natural environment into my craft project. Using real moss adds that beautiful organic textured element that can't replicate with, say, paper or artificial material. It instantly gives that piece more depth and grounded earthy feel, which works perfectly with the butterfly and the overall nature inspired theme of this project. I love how it connects the crafted elements with something real from the outdoors, making the whole design feel even more unique and personal. I started by removing the glass from the frame since we won't be needing it for this project. Once the glass was taken out, I placed back the backing into the frame so we could work directly on that base. To make sure everything stays secure, I added generous line of liquid glue around the inner edges of the frame. This helps bond the backing firmly to the frame itself so nothing shifts later on, especially once we start adding the dimensional elements like the moss and the butterfly. I made sure to press everything down well and let it sit so we can get a strong foundation before moving on to the next step. Next, I added foam tape to the base panel, covering the entire surface with it. This step not only adds a bit of dimension inside the frame, making everything feel a little more lifted and layered, but it also creates a strong adhesive surface for the moss to stick on. Once the foam was in place, I started arranging and pressing down the moss onto the surface. I worked section by section to make sure it was evenly distributed and securely adhered. The texture of the moss really brings the whole base to life and gives it that natural organic look that I was going for in this framed piece. Honestly, I was still very new to this technique at this point and I wasn't completely sure if I was doing everything correctly. I went ahead and covered the base layer of the frame with moss, and while some of it adhered nicely to the foam tape, I could still see white gaps peeking through underneath. To fix that, I decided to bring in liquid glue and layer more moss on top. I wasn't sure if this was the right approach, but I kept working through trying to build the coverage and fill in those tiny empty spaces as best as I could. There were definitely moments where I felt a bit unsure about whether the project would even come together. You'll even notice me going back and forth with the liquid glue, pressing and adjusting the moss repeatedly just to get it to stay in place. It was a bit of trial and error process, but I kept going and slowly started to see it take shape. Just when I was almost done with the project and honestly starting to feel like I might have to give up, I remembered something sitting in my stash, the pixie spray. Now, I have never really used this on any project like this before. Well, Pixie Spray is a light tack repositionable adhesive that's usually used to hold stencils in place. It's designed not to tear paper or leave any sticky residue behind, which makes me curious to see if it could help me in this situation. At this point, I decided to take a chance. I buttoned the frame into my splatter box and lightly sprayed the entire surface with the Pixie Spray. Then I quickly went back in and pressed the moss down again. I was genuinely surprised and really happy with the result. The moss immediately grabbed onto the adhesive and started to hold its shape much better. It's almost set everything in place and gave the whole base a more solid, cohesive feel, which was exactly what I was hoping for. Once everything was sprayed down and secured, I set the frame aside to rest and dry while I went back to our butterfly to finish the main focal point of our project. By this point, all the glitter on the wings had completely dried, but I still wanted to add a bit more dimension and softness to the design. So I decided to die cut an extra set of butterfly wings using vellum. Now, I used plain vellum here, but you could absolutely switch it up with translucent or shimmer vellum if you want even more glow and shine. The vellum adds a beautiful layered effect without overpowering the colors underneath, and it brings in just the right amount of softness and detail to enhance the overall look of the butterfly. I carefully brushed off any excess glitter from the butterfly before starting the assembly. To adhere everything together, I used just small drops of liquid glue, really tiny dots, since little goes a long way with that detailed die cuts like these. I began by layering the ink blended wing pieces first, making sure everything lined up perfectly. Then I placed the vellum layer right on top of that to add that soft dimensional effect. Now, with delicate pieces like this one, less glue is definitely more. You only need the slightest amount of glue to hold everything in place, and it helps avoid any glue seeping out from the edges of the butterfly. Taking this little extra bit of care really helps make the final piece look clean and polished. Once the vellum layer was in place, I added the center body of the butterfly, which really brought the entire focal point together. With that final piece secured, our butterfly was complete. The vellum helps soften all that vibrant colors underneath, giving the wings a delicate, airy look, while still allowing that beautiful ink blending to show through. It tones everything down just slightly, adding a soft, elegant finish to the design. I love how this softer effect pairs so well with the natural moss in the background. The combination of organic textures and delicate translucency ties the whole project together and really enhances that nature inspired feel. Now it's time to bring everything together and assemble the final piece. I bought back the frame, and by this point, the moss had completely set and felt nicely secured in place. To attach the butterfly, I added a generous amount of liquid glue to the back of it and carefully positioned it onto the moss. I made sure to place it exactly where I wanted it to sit, and it would sit nicely as the main focal point of the frame and hold securely without shifting. Once it was in position, I held it down firmly for a few seconds to ensure it adhered well to the textured surface. Because the moss adds so much uneven texture, I really wanted to make sure that the glue had time to properly grip onto the moss. Now, even at this stage, I absolutely love how this came together. The combination of that vibrant butterfly and the natural moss background is already making the frame look so unique and beautiful. You can absolutely leave this piece as is, but I wanted to add a final touch, a small sentiment to complete the design. For this, I used a label sticker from the Tim Holtz Ideology collection and chose a strip that says Focus on the Good. I really loved the sentiment and I felt it matched the theme of the project perfectly. I placed it onto the frame right below my butterfly in a simple, clean position so it wouldn't overpower the butterfly or the natural moss background, but still stand out enough to be noticed. It adds just the right finishing touch and ties the whole piece together beautifully. And with that, our framed butterfly display is complete. What started as an experiment with a new die and a simple idea turned into a full dimensional piece filled with color, texture, and a little bit of nature from my own backyard. From the vibrant ink blending to the vellum layering, glitter accents, and finally the moss background, every step added something special to this final design. This project definitely pushed me a little outside my comfort zone, but I really enjoy the process of trying something different and just seeing where it would lead. I hope this inspires you to look at your supplies in new ways too, and maybe even try a mixed media style project of your own. I'll be sure to leave links to all the supplies that I used in the description box below, along with the links to the new Shine on Release by Simon's stamp. Please know that all of these links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe. Hello everyone, I'm Revati and welcome to my crafty space. Today's video is a recording of my ACP class from June 6th, where we created this absolutely gorgeous feathered beauty on a fun textured background. I'd absolutely love for you to join me in one of my upcoming workshops. Be sure to check out the description box and the pinned comments below for all the details on future classes. And well, here's a little bonus. If you sign up early for one of my educator workshops, you'll receive a 20% discount code on supplies you'll need, which is always a nice book. Now, since this is a live class recording, today's video is a little longer than my usual ones. Along with the card making techniques, there are a plenty of crafty conversations, questions, and fun moments with my wonderful classmates. I definitely recommend watching until the end so you don't miss any of the tips and techniques we share throughout the class. I also want to apologize in advance if the audio isn't perfect in a few places. Live recordings can be a little bit unpredictable. With that said, let's jump right in and get crafty.
Right?
Yes.
All right. So maybe we can give it a minute and then see if anyone else is joining, and then I can begin. Okay. So this time I kept it very clean and simple. This is no splattering, nothing. Because anyone who's attended my class, they know how much I love splatters, and not everyone.
thought that was
So this was a
mandatory.
really difficult card for me because it's like, oh, there's no glitter, no sparkle, no splatter, nothing at all. It's like I left it. So that's why I've not yet put it on a card base also, because I was like, maybe I'll just add a teeny tiny bit of sparkle before I put it on. So yeah, I mean, it's all right. Let's get started. So, if anyone who's not using this feathered beauty die set, any kind of bird would do. I had like multiple options in the supply list, so you could use any bird. Also, we are using the arched foliage embossing folder and stencil. Now, I know embossing folder was an add-on set and it was not part of the kit. So even if you have just the stencils, that's fine. We don't need the stamp. I can show you how we can do this with a stencil also. So that's all right. And for colors, so we will be die cutting the bird using white cardstock and ink blending. So you don't have to use the exact same colors. You can like use any color combination you like. Make it rainbow color, as colorful as you want, as little as you want. But then, yeah, this is the basic idea of the card. Okay, so we will start with die cutting first. We'll first work on our bird and then the background. And if you don't have this particular arched foliage background, any foliage or even the foliage that is included in the kit will work for this. So we don't need the flowers. We'll just cut out the foliage and then with white cardstock and then, add just lightest bit of color because our main focus is going to be the bird and not the background. And just to tone down that stark white is why I have added all the color. Okay. So we will start with all the big pieces first. Hey, Rachel.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay. So we'll start with all the big pieces and the body. So we will leave the beak and the face piece. So we'll leave this piece for later. If you want to cut it, because this is a tiny piece, I don't want it to get lost in, all the coloring and ink blending that we do. So that's why I prefer having the big pieces first, and then for the finishing touches, we can cut this one and this one at the very end. But then if you guys have, I don't have a lot of space on my craft room, so that's why I will keep this for the end and then cut all the big pieces now.
Darling, I'm going to go upstairs for a little bit and start the project with her. And I'll come down after and take my pill. And we'll eat around 7.
All right. So just plain white cardstock. I personally prefer using plain white cardstock over colored cardstock. That way I get to choose the intensity of my inks and what color I want. But then if you want like a colored cardstock, that would work too. But then for me, now, for example, if you see this bird right here, I have like different intensities. I have orange right here, then I have yellow, and then I have like plain white at the very end. So that way I get to color I get to like, decide the intensity of the colors I want. So that's the reason I use plain white cardstock for most of my die cutting. Okay, so let's start with this. The two big pieces. Let's place everything together. So I just run everything together at once, so you don't have to keep going and going again and again. It's just those small pieces that I could have placed them here, but then it's really tiny and I don't want to lose them. So since like layering dies like these, I personally like to keep them together. Like I know this die belongs to the body of the bird. This is the top wing of the bird. This is like the bottom layer. So that way it's not confusing when we go to assemble. There are, I think, little numbers etched on it, but then this is how I like to store it. So, I mean, it's again personal choice. Now, this one won't be as much as an issue because you know the difference between the big feathers and the small ones. But then usually when there are layering dies like these, I like to store them like together or like, pair it up. Okay. So here I have my small dies. For ink blending, you can keep this as is and just insert this back into like, puzzle piecing it together and ink blending. Or for me, I just keep it on the ultra sticky mat and ink blend it directly on it. So if you wanted like an extra hold or support, you could just puzzle piece this back into place and then ink blend. But personally, I feel this is also enough. There. Now, for this particular card, I have used these sets. So this one is Citrus Punch and Tropical Tango. So these are the two sets that I've used and different intensities of colors. But like for all my workshops, I ask the participants, like, if you want me to use the same color or do you want me to experiment with any other color? We have some pinks, purples, if you want any color, like if you want me to stick to that color, I can, or you guys are free to suggest any color combination that you want to see.
I like the purple.
Purple?
Yep,
Purple
purple.
It's just different.
Should I do purple with pink?
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks
Yeah.
good.
All right. Let's do that. Okay. So now for this one, to create more of that fiery effect, I have a lot of red or the orange and then very little of the green. So we will have one dominant color, which is like this bird is like almost reddish orange. So same way, we'll have one dominant color in these two combinations also. So either it'll be a pink or the purple. So whichever. So let's do purple, the dominant color. So we'll have light of the pink and the darker tones with the purple. So we'll use deep iris and midnight violet for the darker tones. And we'll stick to baby pink. We won't use any of these, not the fuchsia, magenta, or the jazzberry. We'll just stick to baby pink. So that way we create this effect, the lighter effect. Okay, let's bring our... Now, to color these, what I like to do, instead of bringing all the feathers together, I will bring them in sets because you don't want to, like, add the same intensity of color to every feather. You want it a little different. So I will keep these big feathers first, and then we will color the tail in. And then at the very end, we'll do the body. So let's bring our baby pink. And for all these, I prefer using these small ink blending brushes. For this particular one, we don't need the tiny ink. We don't need this one. What's this? The detail. We don't need the detail for this particular project. But then if you're using any other bird other than this one, and if you see there are like small spaces, you can use this one as well. So, all right. So there is my baby pink. Now, when we are applying our base layer, which is the lightest shade, what I want to do is from the base of the feather, try to bring in the color till the tips. Now, if you want the entire feather pink, you can color in the entire feather pink, and we will be adding the purple. But then in this case, I left my tips white. So I'm not bringing the yellow to the very end. Same way here, I will not bring the pink to the very end. I'll just show one and then. So I am very light-handedly adding more color towards the base, and whatever color is left on the brush, I will bring it to the very end. Is this light disturbing?
No,
It's good. Right.
I mean, not me. I'm okay.
So I am not bringing the color to the very tip of the feather. Why do I always like, tip of the petal, and then I realize, okay, this is not a petal. So if I say petal, I mean feather. So just like that. That again is my personal choice. So if you want to bring the color in, you can definitely do that. I'll do the same exact thing for the left feather as well. But then when we come to these two feathers, we'll do it a little different. So first I will color this in. Okay. So now for this one, you can either bring the whole of pink to the very end or just add a little bit of variation so that you get those deep layers. Now I'm not sure if you can see this here, but the top layer has a lot of orange and yellow, but then if I lift this particular thing, I have more of orange to the end. It's not yellow, so it's basically just to show that dimension. So if you color it exactly the same and even if you layer it up, it wouldn't bring out the dimension in the bird. So it's just adding a different intensity of the ink. You can also go in for a darker shade, the fuchsia ink, but then just make sure it doesn't look exactly the same as this one. So for instance, probably I'll just add color to the whole thing. I'll bring it down. I still have a little white spaces, but not as much as this one. So with all the bird season coming in, I'm literally sitting watching all the birds outside the window and trying to figure out how they look and mm, yeah, the colors basically. So so they look like a simple single color tone when they are just sitting. But then when they fly out, I was like, oh, this looks different. This is not what when he was sitting. So I was like, okay, so maybe we can implement that on the card as well. So, all right. So these two. Now we can bring in our purple. I will start with a lighter shade, maybe lavender, and then go on increasing the intensity of the color depending on how dark we want our bird to be. So let's start with lavender. Okay. Now here again, just like we did with the pink, I will have more color on the top and we will just fade the color as we come to the bottom of the feather. The lighter purple will give just more of an ombre effect, but as and when we go on increasing the depth of the color, you get that deep, rich purple there. Now, if you see this one, you can barely see the pink. It's very light and subtle. So if you feel like, you need more of that pink, just ink blend right over that. Because most of this piece will be hidden. So this part of the feather will be hidden. So whatever color will be seen will be mostly on the flared out part. So I'll do the same with the bottom feathers as well. So you barely see any of that pink here. Next, I will take my deep iris and the same ink blending. Only thing, I will not bring it as low as the other two colors. I will stick to the base of the feathers. Now for this one, if you feel like you need to use those detailed ink blending brushes, you could do that. But then, yeah. So those are my feathers. Now this is the base layer feather and this is what will go on top. So you can just place it on it just to see if you like the shading you get. Now if you feel this is a lot too white or very light as compared to what you like, you can just go back with pink, the first color or the first color that you used. So you can just add a lightest hint of color there. So this is what our wings will look like.
It's
I'll just move these aside and bring in my second set of feathers. My second set is going to be this one, the small feathers. That is what you see over here, this one. So this one will have more of the purple or any of the darker shades that you've used instead of the pink. You can have the pink, but then more of the darker shade. Okay. So if I'm bringing in the baby pink again, now this time I will be coloring the whole of the feather. I'm not leaving any white parts here. So I will add ink all over. And for this one, I'll make it a little bit darker than what I did here. And here I will skip the lavender feel, which is the lighter purple that I used, and I will go in for the two darker purples, deep iris and midnight violet. Now, if you're using just one shade of ink, you don't have to like have multiple shades of ink. If you're just using one, just add some elbow grease, like go in really hard on that and then build the color. So I know the pink won't be seen as much here. It's not very visible, but then I'm not sure. I don't think you can see it on camera, but you still get those pink undertones. So it's not exact purple. Here also, you get slightest yellow undertones. So that's why we added the pink. Just small little details. Okay, now I will add my midnight violet.
Hey, everybody. This is Josie. I was late coming back from a lunch date. I was wondering, I don't have that purple set. Which of the other purple sets would you say would be a good substitute?
So I just have this one purple. Otherwise, let me just check. So I don't think I have many colors. I think do you have hydrangea and ultraviolet?
I do.
I think
I think I have both. They're in different sets, actually.
yeah, so there is let me just check. So these are still not open. So Tracy actually sent me these colors. So I think for the light purple, you could use Wisteria.
Uh-huh.
And then you could also use, and for these darker tones that I'm using here, instead of deep iris, you can go with hydrangea. And instead of the midnight violet, you can go with ultraviolet. I think these would pair well with the pinks that we are using. These are the
Okay.
only purples that I have in my stash.
Okay. So Wisteria, hydrangea, ultraviolet, and what's the other one?
This one is Andromeda.
Okay, Andromeda.
Andromeda.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But I
Okay, yeah,
think these
because
three colors would be good.
I have the pink set that you have.
Uh-huh.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Are you recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So we are done with the three big feathers that go on the two sides. Now we'll do with the tail part. I'll just set these aside and clean my mat before I go on to the next layer because I have a lot of purple there. And I don't want to contaminate my baby pink paintbrush. And sorry if you can hear my dog snoring, but then he won't leave my side.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's lovely.
Yeah. He was sleeping with my little one, and then I closed the door and he started whining, and then both of them were not sleeping. I was like, okay, at least one can come outside and sleep. So yeah, he's always by my side. And he snores.
Aw. Well, you know he's there.
Oh, he's never leaving. But then it's strange when we go outside, it's like he doesn't know me. He'll just walk away and then I keep calling him kiddo, kiddo, kiddo. And he's like, nah, who's that? I don't know you. But then at home, he's my shadow. So
Aw. He's just interested in what's going on out there.
yeah. Then he's like, oh, who mommy? Like, I don't know you. And, okay, whatever. Okay. So for the tail piece, we will do exactly what we did with this piece right here. This was the piece where I bought in the pink a little more down. So this was my first piece. This was my second piece. So we will try to do exactly or somewhere close to what we did on the second piece. This one. So we will bring the color a little more towards the end as compared to what we did here. So this will be our reference. And that's because there are little dies that you can place on these feathers, which is white. So you don't want a lot of white on white. So that's why you're bringing the color down. So again, I'll start with my pink and then add the purples. So that's layer number 1 with my baby pink. Then I will bring the lighter lavender fields. And the lighter in the other one was, I believe, wisteria. Okay. I still have a little bit of white space, but then it's not as prominent as what we did here. And then the darker you go with the colors, make sure to stick to the base. Don't bring it as much down as you did with the lighter shades. So that'll create a little bit of an ombre effect. So here, I bring it closer. You have the dark, you still see the light lavender fields, and then if you go down, I can still see the pink. I'm not sure if you can see it here on camera, but then in person I can see the three distinct colors. So yeah. So all our feathers are ready. So far so good. Like, anyone wants me to take a break and maybe stop or pause, I can. Okay. Now for the body of the bird, we have two different sets. One which has the keyhole, so this will go under everything. You won't be able to see this, This is what you'll see. But we will add color here just in case, like, we don't adhere it right or some part of it is shown. We'll just add the lightest bit of the base color, whatever base color you've used. If you've used yellow as shown here, that yellow, or if you've used pink, we'll use pink, or whatever base color or the lighter tone, that is what we'll be using here. And the same color we'll add here also. So I will start with baby pink on both these pieces. So coloring this is not required, but then I just like to, have color on it. I don't want to see any white from like, showing through the bird, just in case I don't adhere it properly or yeah. That's it. It doesn't have to be perfect. This one doesn't have to be perfect. Only thing, you just don't need that white. Okay, coming back to this one. I will add pink on the whole thing. Okay. Now, once I've added pink, so this basically is the face of our bird, and this is where the tail goes. So something like this. So we will bring the purple at the end. Now we'll keep the head pink and add purple to the end. So basically, now if you see here, I have yellow on top. Here I have yellow on top. And then instead of bringing the color from top, I will start ink blending from down. So in this case, we ink blended top to down, but in this case, we will ink blend from the bottom. So I'll just show you this one. And for this one, I will skip the lighter lavender fields. I'll use the two darker tones. Okay, so I will bring in my deep iris and I will just, I won't go till the very end, maybe till the wing area. I still want a little bit of that pink to show. Okay. Next, I'll bring the darkest shade I have. And this time, just half of the body. I won't even come to the very top. So there you see. So this is how he looks. So whatever base color, very little of that base color will be showing here. And then you just create your ombre with the darker tone you've used. Okay. So now most of the big pieces are ready. We will first assemble the bird and then die cut these tiny little pieces. Because these don't have any ink blending over them, so we can keep our mat aside. We just will adhere all the other pieces. So I will take this little guy and we can keep this aside. Okay. So here now this is fairly easy. You have 3 different keyholes. All you need to do is align them together. I will start with the tail portion first. So the reason being, when you add this over here, let me get a cardstock so that'll be easier. So when we add the tail, and then when we go to add the big wing should overlap the tail. That gives it a more nicer look as compared to like the tail overlapping the big wing. So that's why we'll add the tail first. Now this one is fairly simple. What I like to do is I like to adhere these 2 pieces first and then put it down everything together. Or the other way, you could just add these one by one. Make sure your keyholes align properly. So you don't need a lot of glue, just around the keyhole is good enough. And it's okay if your glue is oozing out, none of this will show. So even if you get a little stray glue here and there, it's fine. It won't show in the final bird. There you go. And that's feather number 2. So that's my tail. Not my tail, my bird's tail. Okay. All right. So for now, these 2 pieces, if you look very closely, there's a number etched on it. This one says 4 and this one says 5, so you could make out. But then if any other bird you're using, it should probably have the number code on that. So I will start with the left side. You could do both right and left together, but I just like to finish off one side and then go to the other side. So again. Now here what I'll do is, instead of just around the keyhole, I will just add a little bit of glue here also, so that the wing holds properly, it gets a little more sturdier. So there. So that's wing layer number 1. And then we'll add layer number 2. Again, for layer number 2, I'll just add glue on the outside as well. But for this outside, just make sure there's not a lot of glue, because this part will show. So you don't want all that glue to be oozing out. And this tiny little one that we colored is layer number 3. So that's the left side of my bird. We'll do the same on the other side also. So this is what I was saying. The feather overlaps the tail. So that's why first adhere the tail and then the feather. Wings. Sorry. Oh. I think by now you guys get it. There we go. And then we have layer number 3. So that's my board. Now for this layer, if you wanted, you could add a low dimensional foam tape just to give it a pop, or glue it down directly. Either way works. The reason being, these 3 feathers that we added gives a little bit of dimension. So if you all don't like, that a little bit of wonkiness, you could definitely add some foam tape, a very low dimension foam tape, or else just glue it as is. So I'll just use liquid glue. In one of my other projects, I think I'd used foam tape. That looks good too. So there. So that's our little board. Now, when you die cut the body of the bird, you must have also gotten this little die piece. You can layer it as is, white on the color, or you could, if you wanted to color it, you could use whatever ink is left on the lighter tone. If you've used pink, you can just ink blend a little bit of pink on that. If you've used yellow, you could just add a little bit of yellow on that. For this bird, I left it white. So this is how white on the colored bird would look like. So if you wanted to look similar to the bird, you could just add whatever ink is left on your blending brush. You don't need to pick up more ink for this particular layer. So I will go ahead and add this little thing as is. So our bird is almost ready. We just need to cut out the remaining part of the die cut. Now at this point, if you want to add any sparkle or like shimmer spray to the bird, you could go ahead and do that. But my challenge for this class is no sparkle, no glitter, nothing. So yeah, it's like my hand is itching. Oh, I need some sparkle, but then okay, I'll just leave it as is. So, but yeah, if you guys want to use any glitter on your bird, this is the time so that it gets like some time to dry while you work on the other pieces. Okay. So in this die set, we are just remaining with these two little pieces. So that is what I'm going to cut with my white cardstock. And we'll not be adding any color to these pieces. Just the beak, we'll be coloring it with just regular. You could use black cardstock for your beak, or I would just add color with some marker or, black sketch pen or marker or anything. So yeah, for both these pieces, I'm cutting them using white cardstock. And just use this one maybe. Where is the other piece? Also, you could use white glitter cardstock to cut out these pieces. So the pieces that go on the main wing, this one, and these pieces, if you don't want plain white cardstock, you could also use glitter cardstock. Now with the little beak piece, there are these three pieces here. For my card, I didn't end up using this particular piece. I just used these two. But if you wanted to use this one right here, what you do is, instead of adding white on white, just bring in your blending brush, add a little bit of shading there, not a lot, very subtle, so that it's not white on white. So if you see, it's not a lot of white, but it's very lightest amount of pink there, so that it's not like, really stark white on white. Again, don't pick up any color from the ink pad, just whatever is left on your blending brush, that's more than enough. So this is what it'll look like. This is better. You see that? Okay. So now I can go ahead and adhere this piece. Now, if you don't want to adhere the small piece, you could definitely leave that pink as is and leave it there. But then since I wanted to adhere this, I added a little bit of pink here. I didn't want that white on white. Okay. So I'll add the slightest amount of glue here. There, this is what it looks like. So I have the slightest bit of pink on top of his head. Okay, now for this layer, the eyes and the beak, I kept it black, just plain. So you could go ahead and die cut this again using black cardstock, but I will just go and use my alcohol markers and just color it black. So what I like to do is keep this on a scrap piece of paper. This is a really tiny piece. That's why I didn't cut it in the very beginning. And I just like to roll my alcohol marker over it so that I get the color there. That's it. There you go. Tiny piece. I really don't have the patience to die cut it again with black cardstock. So that's the reason I do this. So okay. Now be careful when you're adding liquid glue to the eyes and the beak because you don't want a lot of liquid glue there. You don't want the glue oozing out. So his little face is ready. I really love the purple and pink combo.
That's pretty.
Now we have these little pieces. That's what we are going to add on the tail. Now, how I figured this out is, now there are a total of 8 pieces, but if you see there are a total of 10 feathers sticking out. So I just add the pieces on the outer feathers. I'll leave the middle feathers. You could also do alternate, but then it pretty much fits now. For example, this piece right here, this one, will fit this particular layer. So every piece actually fits in one of those pieces. So if you see the packaging, it fits exactly where it says it will. So I like to do it at the very end. That way, I kind of decide where I want it to be, or like, some I may or may not even use all of them, depending on like, how full or how clean and simple I want it to be. So that's the reason I put this at the very end. And also at this point, if say I feel okay, I don't need a white tail, I can still have like, I still have time to color this in. So that's the reason I put this at the very end. Okay. Did I keep my glue? I'll just attach one of this to show you how white would look. If you guys don't like the white, you can color it like maybe a light pink or the light lavender fields that we used. So this is how it'll look, which is plain white. You can just wiggle it around and see if you like that look.
I love this guy. So fun. It's so pretty.
Yeah.
I like the white. I think it's a really nice definition.
Yeah. So if you want to add white on the lower part of the wing, you can just, sorry, feather, you can just pull one out and then, easily stick it in. And this can go back in place. Now, according to the packaging, this is like you do it at the very beginning, but then I like to keep it to the very end. Just like I said, like sometimes I feel like adding, sometimes I don't. So it just depends on what look I'm going for. And then we go. So that's the white on the tail. And now since I lifted this, it'll be a little bit raised, but I kind of personally like that look because that kind of gives it a little more 3D look. It's like adding foam tape to this. But then, yeah, if you like it flat, when you go to glue on your card front, you can just stick glue all over. Just two more pieces left for the wing, these tiny little pieces you see. Okay. The bigger piece will go on the left wing and the smaller one will align with the right wing. So where you put is, remember the last third wing that we colored, it goes on that. So this is the body of the bird that we colored. This was the third wing that we colored. So it'll go on that. So again, very tiny amount of glue. You don't want to see the glue oozing out.
I tell you, I've been avoiding doing this bird because I found it very intimidating and it's really not
It's
hard.
not. So, yeah, that was me the very first time I used this bird. As like, oh, I mean, once I got the die and I saw so many dies, I was like, oh no, I shouldn't have ordered this. I don't think I'm ever going to use it. But I think this is the most used die in my alternate stash, I feel. I add this little guide to almost everything. I even created kind of those wall hangings where the birds like, with
Yeah.
my son, and he really loved it. And yeah, he was like, Mama, pink bird, Mama, blue bird. And then he just so
Aw.
Where we live is a huge amount of these birds and blue jays. So
yeah.
this would be perfect to use and not hard.
Yeah, so that's it. Our bird is ready. Anyone used sparkle on the bird? Come on, anyone.
I refrained. You just want to get your high from someone else. That's it.
Yeah. Someone please
Nail,
post
nail
that.
tips.
I'm trying to refrain. I'm trying to be good too.
I don't do glitter or paste.
So, okay. So now our focal point is ready. We can work on the background. Now, if everybody has the embossing folder, that's awesome. Very simple. You just run it through the embossing folder. Just So we need some space to have our message and make sure that the bird fits. So what I'm going to do is I will slide it a little on top so that, sorry, a little on the bottom over here so that my bird fits in perfectly. And also I have space to write my message.
Yep.
So that is what I will do. If you guys don't have embossing folder, what you can do, so you have two stencils, right? Now this particular set comes with two stencils. So you will take stencil number 1. I'll actually show with the stencil first and then we can do the embossing folders later. But if you're doing the embossing folder, you just have to use one stencil. You don't have to use both your stencils. But let me show you how I'll do if you have only the stencil. So I will bring my sticky mat. Now using just the stencils will not give you the exact same results, but we'll still manage.
Y'all get the food already? Oh. Oh, I thought you went with him. That's fine.
So what I'm gonna do is I will bring, so this is stencil number 2, which has like the etched marking there. And stencil number 1 does not have etched marking. It just has the open space. So what I'll do, I'll take stencil number 1 first.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Now there are 2 shades of greens that I have. We'll mix and match all these. But for the very first layer, I will use the lightest possible green I have. Like it should barely be seen, that kind, like, Now here, I didn't even use stencil number 1. I just ink blended whatever ink was left on my blending brush and just added that green just to tone down the white. But since here we are using only the stencils, what I'll do, I'll take the lightest green I have, say maybe limeade. So I'll take this. Or now this is my ink blending brush. I'll just, whatever is there, I'm not even taking any ink. Just lightly add whatever ink is left. We don't need any of that stark ink on our first layer. That should be good. Okay, so when I lift this, you can barely see it, but then it's there. So this is how it look. So I didn't use any ink. Whatever ink was on my ink blending brush, that's exactly what I used. And then I will come back with stencil number 2 and try to align it with whatever we ink blended just now. And this time we will pick up ink, but not as dark. Like I wouldn't go reindeer moss. I would stick to fresh leaf and lime. And if I'm taking this one, I will stick to olive and antique olive. So I wouldn't go dark because our main focal point is our bird and not the background. Background is just so that it's not white. So let me go with maybe olive. And also, even if I'm using the darker shade, I will not be pressing it a lot, very light-handedly. So I will just put some color and very lightly, not a lot of color. I'm barely like rubbing it, and just add ink there on the open spaces. Now, if you feel there's a lot of ink on your blending brush, just tap it to any, maybe your glass surface or even on the stencil, just tap out the excess ink and then you can add it to your stencil image. So that was layer number 1. Now, again, I will take the same Olaf, take a little more ink, and this time I'm sticking just to the base of the leaves. So I'm getting a transition. So tip of my leaf is a little bit white, very light green. Midsection has the Olaf and the base of the leaf has darker shade of Olaf. I could use the sugar kelp as well, but that'll give me a more intense look, which is not what I want on my project. So that's it. This is how it'll look. Okay. Now, don't just keep not yet the blending brush. We can use it again. Now, whatever ink is left, just add around your foliage. Because the area around the stencil image is still white. I don't want that white. I want a little bit of green there. So that's the reason I'm doing that. So you can pick up very light amount of color. Make sure you dab it out and then add the color. I'm not adding color to the mid section here, just on the outer edges where my foliage is. So this is how it will look. Now, if you don't have the, well, it's the Craft Your Life kit. So otherwise, another option is you could use this stencil. This will again create a pattern, but again, don't add a lot of color in the background because the bird is the main focal point. So this is option number one. Option number two is creating your embossed background. So I can show you that as well. Where did I keep the... Okay. I'll just run this through the embossing folder. And now this is my embossed panel. For this one, I will be using only stencil number one. I'm not using stencil number two at all. So I'll just align it to my stencil. And do the same exact thing that we did here with the second set of leaves. I will go with Olaf with a very light hand, and then again go with Olaf, but just on the base, heavy-handed. Again, for the embossing folder, if your stencils don't line up properly or like, you feel that the inks are going into these tiny spaces, it's all right. It's just like giving a little more organic look to the cut front. So it's fine. So you don't have to be perfect here is what I'm trying to say. So I'll just bring in a little bit of that Olaf on all the leaves. I'll just show you guys how it will look with the sugar kelp. So before you guys add a darker layer, I'll just do it for you. If you like the look of it, you can go for a darker layer, or else you could go with the tone on tone. So this is just to show you guys how it would look. So you can decide which design looks better for your card front, or which color combination, sorry. So the sugar kelp will give it a little more darker look. Just see the comparison and make a choice. Okay. So this is just Olov in two different ink blending. This one has Olov and sugar cap. So this is the difference. So if you like this kind of a look on your card, you could go with that. I'll just show how the board will look on it. This is how the board will look with a darker background, and this is with a tone-on-tone background. Again, I will bring my blending brush and add green all around. I don't want this to look so bright white. So and then I'll add very light ink on these raised leaves also, so that it does not look out of place. So these are the two backgrounds. This is the lighter tone-on-tone background and only with the stencils. I've not used any embossing folder on this one. And this is the one with embossing folder and a little darker background. So whichever you prefer. Now, if you've already done this, you can definitely go back with your stencil and add a darker layer if you like this look. Either one works fine. That's it. I think I'll go with the embossing folder. And before I stick this guy, I will just trim the panel a little bit because I like having that white border. And then we can stamp our sentiment and then stick this guy. So this panel right now measures 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. I'll be trimming it down to 4 by 5 1/4. So I will try to trim like maybe 1/8 of an inch from each side, or you could trim 1/4 of an inch from two sides. So now this side, like how I decide how much or where I need to trim is, I like this part, but I'm not very happy with the base here. So I will trim 1/4 inch from here instead. So that's how I decide where to trim the panel. This panel now measures 4 by 1/4. If you guys like splattering, you can go ahead and splatter. Before adding your sentiment, you can go ahead and splatter. Black would look good. Gold would look even more better. Well, all right.
You're
So
trying to tempt.
yep, I am. Is anyone falling for it?
I'm not for a change.
Oh no.
No.
All right. So now is the time we'll stamp our sentiment. Now I have a few options. You could definitely use a die cut sentiment or a sentiment strip. For my original project, this one, I used Wishing You a Beautiful Day from Nature's Magic. This is a very old set. So I prefer using sentiments like these because this would be a good birthday card, anniversary card, thinking of you card, or just sending out wishing you a beautiful day wish to a friend or family. But then you could use any sentiment, but make sure when you're stamping your sentiment, just place the bird and then stamp so that you get an idea where the bird and the sentiment goes. You don't want the bird to overlap the sentiment. That's the only thing we need to take care of. So I will bring, and also there is no heat embossing today. You've attended most of my classes, Jen. You know how much I love embossing.
I know you do.
This is a challenge for me. So I was like, oh my God.
It's beautiful. It really is. Just as is. And that's why I'm gonna go with just as is, au naturel.
Yes. So, so there are many beautiful sentiments on this one as well. This is the new Leaning Lily set. This is from the new June release. There is Wishing You Comfort and Calm. This is also something I feel like, can be many, like, occasion cards. It does not have to be just sending comfort and calm. But then, and then there is May, each day bring you new strength. You could use this one as well. Um, I generally don't use sentiments like you are writing a miracle story because, again, that's like I cannot send it to anyone and for any occasion. So, yeah, most
Yeah.
of my sentiments are like, okay, I can use this sending smiles or sending hugs or, anything of that is something I like using.
Actually, thank you to this class because I will be using this for my hop on Friday, which is sending sunshine.
Ah,
Because I use the surround yourself with people who feel like sunshine.
yes.
I like that one.
Yeah.
I think that's very positive.
Yeah, because I mean, I do make birthday cards also, but then something like this, card front like this could be anything, like sending sunshine. It does not have to be birthday. It's like sending hugs or like he's just flying with a big hug and, that
Yeah.
kind of a thing. So it does not have to be a specific project. So that's what my take on these cards are. Like I usually never create cards that are like very specific or it has to be generic for me. Otherwise, I'll be like, okay, what do I do with this card? And Yara, I am so bad with sending the cards out. I have my box ready, but it's just ready. It's not yet out. So, well.
Yara will keep you honest. She'll keep you on your toes.
Yes.
My box is half done because of my accident, but
Oh.
now I'm gonna start working on it because I'm behind.
Oh. So I usually like to use the grid transparency just to make sure I line it up properly because after doing all this, I don't want to make it all wonky. So I was like, okay, let's just add our sentiment. This looks fine. Okay.
Well, I have thoroughly enjoyed this, and I'd wish that I had joined more in the past, but I will now.
Thank you. Yeah. I do have a couple of workshops coming end of this month, which I'm really looking forward to because that's the very first time I use those. I use the Sakura set and the ocean theme, the June release, and I'm really loving it. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to those classes. So I'll just stamp it. I usually like stamping with pigment ink and not the dye ink because I feel it's a lot darker and more crisp. I don't know, it's just personal. But then if I'm going for a more matte finished card, that's when I use my dye inks. All right. And that's our card front. Before I stick my bird on my card front, I'll go ahead and attach this on a card base. So there we have it. So I always like to have a white border on all my cards. So
Hey, baby.
I'll be using foam tape for this one.
I was very excited to get this arched foliage when you had it, and it was on sale. And then with your discount, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that was very nice. I'm glad I had waited. I was going to get it before, and I just kept putting it off, and now I know why.
So I got the arched foliage and I was like, okay, this is going to be my first ACP class and everything. And then it went out of stock. I was like, what? No.
It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so popular. That's for sure.
Yeah. So then I had to email them. I was like, look, I have my classes planned and then it's out of stock. Please do something. And they were like,
Help
yeah,
me.
in a week. So
Oh,
yeah.
that's very good.
Now for my bird, I will be using foam tape. You can use liquid glue to directly adhere him, but I like a little bit of pop on most of my focal point images. But I'll be using a very less dimension foam tape. It's not going to be like popping out and, because you have to send it out and postage is expensive. Like, so yeah. So if you're using foam tape, just be careful it doesn't show through. Most of it is covered, so you don't have to worry about it, but just in case, if so, I just like, cut these small circles into halves and then put. It might be a little work, but then it kind of stays through the mail, so it's worth that little bit of effort.
Well, that's smart. Yeah.
Yeah, I just cut it right here on the sheet and then so
Very smart.
there and maybe one over here. So these foam tapes are really thin, so even if like they bend in the mail, it's not as bad if I was to use like a usual thicker foam tape.
I am going to go and eat. Thank you so much. You have my email,
Yes,
Netta.
Nara. Okay,
It's
yes, Nara.
yeah, it's probably my real name's Manetta, but Netta is a nickname.
Yes.
But yeah, keep me informed.
Yes,
I
yes. I
appreciate it.
will. I do have all the posts and all the details on Instagram and even on the Facebook page. So if you're
Okay.
interested, you can just send me an email and I will send you all the information. And well, this is our card. This is done.
Yay.
And yeah. Yay.
Thank you. All
Thank you
right.
so
We'll see
much
you
for
guys later.
considering
Bye
that.
bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. So, okay, now I'll use this panel to show another technique of splattering. If you don't enjoy splattering, come on, guys, it's all right. All right.
You just had to.
So if you don't like using a paintbrush, or if you feel it's too messy, you can just use any gel pen you have, or even your alcohol marker. So this one has like a fine tip and a brush tip. So what I like to do is just add little dots here and there. Like I'm not measuring the dots. So, or like it doesn't have to be perfect. Careful, boo. Some dots may be a little big, some may be small. So it kind of looks like a faux splatter. So now here I have a big splatter, and this is a small one, and it doesn't have to be perfect. Like you don't have to count how many. So so even when I'm using my splatters with watercolors or any pigment ink, I kind of tend to go in a diagonal way. Now, if I was splattering this one, I would splatter it in this direction, in the direction of my focal point and my sentiment. Even if I'm, say, using any sequin mix here, I would go in this direction. So that's how I do it. So say for this one, if I'm trying to do diagonally here, and this is my focal point, say this is my focal point. So I would add splatters. Some will be a little bit bigger, some will be just a tiny little dot, some will be even tinier. So I'll just add random dots here and there, and then maybe a big blob, maybe on the very edge. So that becomes a splatter. So some who don't like watercolor splatters find it too messy. This is another way to do it. You can do it with black pen, gold glitter pen, silver glitter pens. So, so that's the splatter.
It looks really real. It does. It looks
Yes,
really
it
good.
does. So you wouldn't know that this is done using a pen. Like,
No.
and this is a lot more control because you get to decide where you add your splatter, and it's not messy. There's no drying time involved here. So you can just like on the go kind of. So, well, yes, this is the card.
I love it.
Yeah.
So that was the card for today. I will have links to all the supplies that I used to create this project listed in the description box below. Please know that all of those links are affiliate links, which means that if you shop using one of my links, I'll get a small commission at no cost to you guys. Also, don't forget to check out the description where I'll have more details about the future classes. Thank you again for joining me today. Until next time, stay safe.